What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Sorry for all the missed streams recently. I've been trying not to miss them, but yeah, Wednesday was a disaster. um, Friday, yeah, way too busy. But yeah, just in time. Yeah. What's up, Oshik? How's it going? Mm. But yeah, we're here finally. Um, So yeah, I want to work more on weapon stuff today. I do have weapons kind of working. I'll show you guys what I have. We just need to adjust a little bit more. Can't make a game? Why is that? Oh yeah, also we are on 4.4 now. Show you guys that. That's pretty epic. I haven't dove into like the new stuff super hard yet, but from what I've seen so far, it's been pretty nice. All ideas are too complicated. Yeah. There's always like difficulties with any idea that you come up with, right? Even if it's like an easy genre. Um yeah, I mean game development is just hard. It's hard to make games. It's a lot of work. You want to do some multiplayer? Yeah. Yeah, multiplayer, I mean, you can do things that are less complicated, but it's always, it's always going to be multiplayer. It's always going to be a little bit hard. Right. But yeah. I totally get I totally get it. I've played these games before. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Whenever I've made a game, it's always just hard. You kind of just have to jump into the deep end and grind through the parts that you don't really want to do, but you kind of have to, you know. So, yeah. Um, but anyways, let me show you what I have going on. It is the weapon stuff is broken right now. But here we are in game. You can turn the audio back on now. Hey, yo, posted something Blue Sky and people saw it. Yeah, Blue Sky is very interesting because, like, I've definitely noticed with Blue Skies, it gets way more reaction than anything I've ever posted on Twitter has. Um, I don't know. Blue Sky does a really good job of actually showing people your stuff, not just promoting the top people on the platform. Um, but it's kind of nice. It's kind of refreshing to use social media that works. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, the hashtags on Blue Sky actually work really well. I don't know. Blue Sky's been good. I need to post more in there. I just need to do it. But it's actually really good. Um, okay, so I've been working on weapon stuff. Also, we are now finally in 4.4. It's nice. One of the things that I actually do really like is this embedded game window in the editor. Um, it's interesting. I like it because it makes it so that I can like play the game and stuff and just edit things in here. I don't have to like have it stacked on top and stuff. It's like I don't know. Um, but yeah, I think 4.4 is kind of nice. I haven't used a bunch of this stuff. One thing it did change that was frustrating is now the string function will now turn a number like it'll have a decimal even if it's because before how it would work if you had a float that was like you know a whole number it would just display 40 but now it displays 40.0 so I got to go through and fix that everywhere. I've already fixed a bunch of them. The day was like 5152.0 and I've been working on it, but there's so many areas that changed. So, little annoying, but we'll get there. Basically, it's just a matter of using like round I or casting to an integer. But I don't actually use Blue Sky to see posts. It just shows political stuff. Yeah. I think that one of the good things about Blue Sky is you can like create your own feeds, right? So you don't have to steal the political stuff if you don't want to, because you can just be like, I'm just gonna do the like here. I'll show you. I actually have. Oh, wait, I have a link up there. I actually have a feed that's just like actually what I want to see. It's in here. Where is it? It's just this one, only posts. Basically, all this is it's only posts from people that you follow, right? Which is great. Because that's all I want to see. I don't want to see all the other garbage. If I really feel like exploring, I can do it. Are you in here? Oh, let's go. Let's see. That's epic. Yeah, I've never messed with paths in Godot before. I'll probably do it eventually. But yeah, this is just, it's nice to be able to do this. You can't do this on Twitter and stuff, and it's always just a nightmare trying to like actually find the people that you follow their posts. And I was like, oh my God. But this is great because I can just, you know, it goes here by default. I don't have to click on it every time. It's just here. And I just look at everyone's posts that I follow, and that's it. It's very nice. I don't know why I'm following Blue Sky. I don't really want to. But yeah. Oh, it's a seamless GIF. Nice. So Skelos, what's up? Welcome in. Paths are useful. They break the engine a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I just haven't had like a use for them yet. I imagine though that for like if you have some kind of like character or something that needs to move around on a track, I mean that's a great use case for it probably. But yeah, I don't know. Just never really messed around with them. Okay, so the weapon stuff, what I want to show off is now you can select the ranged weapon here. So how it works, basically, is mining tool stuff is the same, right? But now, on the melee weapon, you can also open this menu. Now, this menu has to update. It's still showing the tool icons, which is broken, but we're going to change that. But if you select the second index, boom, now you're equipping the ranged weapon. Now, there's still a lot of work to be done, because, well, we can swing it like a sword right now, which is not supposed to happen. And it's also being completely held in the wrong position. So, you know, there's a little bit of work to be done here. But we'll get there. It's huge. I mean, I guess when you think about it, though, hear me out. Look how enormous the freaking melee weapon is, right? It's not that enormous. I do know you mean, though. I am going to shrink the sprites so it's not so big. Because this is supposed to be just like a little pistol. So yeah, we're going to change that. Nose is itchy. Broken stuff running nose combo. I know, it's so epic. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's this is a good start, I would say. Yo, it's a pistol. That's crazy. It looks just like a pistol. But now you need the core. And also for some reason, I don't know why it happens, but if you go onto the mining laser and then onto the sword and then swing it. Okay, wait. Oh, you have to do this. It's very weird. So if you go onto here and then back to the ranged weapon and you do an instant fire and then you switch to melee, it doesn't play the swing animation for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. I presume it has to do something with infinite attack speed like this. But yeah. No music. Oh, yeah. The audio stuff got broken. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I noticed that today, though, where, like, all the stuff got reset. Okay, we're good. But yeah, we just gotta fix this. We need to actually add, like, stats to the parts, you know? So that it works and isn't just a melee weapon. Kind of loud. The music is. I can lower the volume a little bit. I think something like 23. We'll try that. I might have to restart the overlay. Hopefully that's okay. We'll see. But yeah. Let's get started on that, I suppose. So, let's go look at the Miro really quick. Come on, come on, come on. So, I know that we went over, like, what the actual weapons, like, parts do. Yeah, right here. So the central infinity stone, that's not what they're actually called, but that's gonna determine the damage. Handle, I guess, is recoil. Sight, I suppose, is crit chance, which we'll work on all that. And then barrel is like the spread. So I think that'll work. I like having sort of like one stat per part, because it's just like a little bit easier to configure. So we just need to apply all those stats to our parts. Shouldn't be that hard. I'm probably gonna have to make a new like tag though, because we don't really have one for like all the range stuff, you know. We have like damage and cooldown or something, but we need more. So let's go to our items table. So we're gonna say damage is 1 or something. I don't know yet. We'll figure that out. So this is gonna be the recoil? Okay. I guess that'll work. My only issue with one stat for a part like this is it means that some parts are just better than others, right? Which is kind of not what I want. Something that I like about the melee weapons is that your like parts have different stats, I guess, if you think about it. Like we go down to the melee weapon. Like this handle increases cooldown, but it also increases the length of the weapon. And so having kind of like two stats like that makes it way more interesting, because there's pros and cons, and so it's not just a matter of this is definitely better than this one. You know what I mean? So I wonder how we could achieve that in the ranged weapon parts, because there's no range. There will be damage and effects, so like the middle one's good. Sniper scope can have a bunch because it can have you know, crit chance and increased range or something. But this is a lot. This is a lot for one part. This is 3 different things, right? Because it's crit chance, range, and cooldown. So I think maybe one of these things should be moved over to the handle. That would probably kind of fix my issue. Yo, what's up, Ace? What's going on? Yeah, I definitely do want that for the barrel. The barrel will be good, I think, because, like, we can have, like... That's going to be more just different shapes rather than necessarily good or bad, if that makes sense. So I think, that's fine. You've big news? Oh, yeah? What is it? I got the mini LED monitor, and I also got those. Hey, let's go. Yeah, the headphones. Nice. That's awesome. Those are the ones that are like modular, right? Yeah, it's like these ones. Yeah, that's epic. Nice. Yeah, this seemed pretty cool. Epic. Yeah, let me know what you think of the LED monitor. I think it's really nice. I'm using it right now. It's pretty bright and good. It's like 180 FPS, 180 hertz, which is fine. You don't really notice it that much above like 120. It's insanely nice. Let's go. Ray can go obviously, yeah, further than cone. Yeah, right. So they can have like different sort of like. So yeah, I think barrel is like we've got plenty of things to mess around with that one. But yeah, just being recoil on the handle I think is not enough. So I want to move one over. So crit chance is good for sights, obviously. Increase range. That probably makes sense, but maybe lower cooldown could be moved over to the handle. So yeah, that'll probably be better. There can be a sway. Yeah, so we talked about that, but Maxwell's very against the idea of having like a small chance for inaccuracy. Because he argues that it kind of defeats the skill aspect of it, and I understand where he's coming from. Personally, I don't think it's an issue because it's just is part of, you know, the weapon. Like, if you don't want your gun to be inaccurate, then do a different build. But I do think it's kind of nice, a nice mechanic, in order to just add more, like... But I don't know. Recoil is, like, kind of like that, but recoil's different in the sense that it's, if you just wait a little bit longer, it gets more accurate, right? I think specifically what we're talking about with, like, a random chance is, like, let's say your gun is lined up and, you know, good to go. Why can't I draw? What? Oh, I'm drawing blue on blue. Yeah. So like if you have your gun here, right? Basically like we don't want this kind of thing where like it'll shoot randomly in this cone. Cause it could like shoot over here or over there or here. Right? I guess we don't want that because it's kind of like it's like punishing the player for no reason. But I'm fine with recoil because basically it's a thing of like, okay, you shoot and now the gun like angles up. So your gun will be angled like this and then it slowly starts to come back down. So it's kind of like the lower recoil you have, the better, because you're not gonna be shooting backwards all crazy, you know. So I think that'll be good. So yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, right. So like, it's kind of an interesting thing because if you have a gun with really fast shoot speed, then you need to make sure that you have good recoil, because otherwise, wait, I didn't put the thing over here. What did I have in sight? Thought we had 4. Oh, I probably undid it because Miro is stupid and I hate Miro. What about aim time on handle? Like you point the mouse at the enemy, but it takes X time for the weapon to actually get to that position. Yeah, I could see that maybe. Basically just kind of lerping to the angle instead of how it is with the melee weapon. Maybe that could work, but I don't know. I don't know if it would be fun, because this is going to be pretty like fast-paced action, I imagine, fighting guys where you have to dodge and then get your... I worry that it might just make it feel really floaty if we do something like that. I'm not sure. We can always mess around with these ideas, but I think this is going to be the bare minimum here. Clip size? Maybe. I don't know if I'm going to really implement, like, reloading. I'm not sure yet. But those are all possibilities. I'll just put down here possibilities. Clip size, if reloading. We could have, like, rotation easing. Again, yeah, no idea if we'll actually do these ones, but if we think that it needs more stuff going on, then those could be interesting to mess around with. Anyway, so recoil, I don't know what this is going to be sort of measured in. I guess it's going to be how long it takes to return to its starting position or something. So we'll just go ahead and say recoil is... Oh, I don't know. Angle of recoil? Call it strength. Yeah, so like... Well, what would the angle be? I guess just like where it goes when it recoils. I figure what this is going to be is like the time it takes for it to return back to its starting position. And it'll probably lerp, you know, so it like goes pretty quick, but the better recoil you have, the faster it lerps, so you can be more accurate. Because let's say you have like your gun is up here and your recoil is 2. It takes 2 seconds for your gun to return to that position. That's how I imagine it. Well, I guess if it's lerp, then the higher number would be faster. So it's always tricky with lerping because it's like, it's not necessarily it's hard to like define what that is. We'll just start off with 1. I don't know, you know, what it's going to be yet, but we'll see. Okay, so the barrel, that's going to be a whole bunch of things, but that, I guess we're just going to sort of, I don't know. Just keep basic right now, probably. I don't know what stat that's really going to get applied here, but yeah, we'll figure that out. And then sniper scope, that's going to be crit chance. And let's up that to something like, I don't know. What do we want to do here? Well, it's probably best to format that as a percentage, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say crit chance is 0.1, which is 10%. Because I think that's probably going to be the easiest way for people to understand how crit chance works. Okay, so that's just some basic stats to mess around with, just so we can actually make the weapon do stuff. So let's go do that. So now in set weapon, we do have to, oops, you know, define that stuff and like actually set it. So there's going to be a lot of work in here that we're going to have to do, which is okay. I did simplify this a lot recently because of 4.4 and stuff, and the new sprite image stuff, where I can just build it and not have to do the stupid garbage. So this is one issue down here, actually, which is that it's going to set the hotbar image in set weapon, which does not work because I need that to actually be set in like when you change to the tool. So we have to change that. Does crit shot rely on aiming at a specific point on the enemy? Probably not. I imagine for crit chance it would just be a thing of like you know, just having that chance to do a ×2 hit or something. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I could implement some kind of like quick time thing with that, right? Where it's like you have to press this other key. But I kind of hate adding on new keys, if I'm being honest, because it gets really tricky with controller if you have 20 million keybinds for everything. So I kind of don't want to do that, but we'll see. See, all this weapon damage stuff, we're gonna have to change. You know, instead of having all these freaking stats for the weapon stuff, I think I'm just gonna break it up into two things. There's gonna be var melee stats and var range stats, right? And these are just gonna be dictionaries. And so I'm gonna have keys that are associated with each part. So we have damage, you know, we have cooldown. We have special cooldown. This is just going to be a better system, I think. And then, I don't know what else we need in here. Maybe self-damage. We'll see. Let's see, is that add? You had an idea for an enemy? Oh, yeah? What's the idea? Damage. See, then I can set defaults for these. So that'll be 0.25. Cooldown will be 0.25. Special weapon cooldown is 0. Self-damage is 0. Weapon knockback. That is also another stat we could have in ranged weapons too, is the knockback. I don't really see necessarily an issue with having that. Are you going to have kickback for the player after... Oh, yeah, after firing the weapon. That could be interesting. Yeah, as sort of a part of recoil. I could maybe do that, honestly. I'll see. Yeah. Now having this as like just a dictionary of stats is actually kind of easy to add on new stats instead of having to make a new freaking variable for it every time. So I think we can get around to that. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything. So we have damage, cooldown, special weapon cooldown, current special weapon cooldown. That is okay, just being a thing. But now we're gonna start getting rid of these. So get rid of that one, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. We have weapon knockback. I don't think weapon height matters anymore. I don't know if a lot of these matter anymore. Then I have last weapon data. Honestly, that should just be a dictionary now. Okay. So let's get started on all this stuff. So we're gonna say melee stats dot damage is equal to 0.0. I'll just resettle this stuff. So melee stats dot cooldown is equal to 0.25. You 69,069 big boy bucks. That's pretty awesome. What are you gonna do with all that? Are you gonna save up for another skin or something? I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. Oh well, that'll be fine. Then cooldown. No, not cooldown. Oops. Knockback. Okay. Invest. Yeah, I'll wait for hat. Nice. Yeah, I do want to get around to that stuff soon. I'm gonna comment those out for a minute. So let's go through and figure all this stuff out. So if sprite, weapon height. Where do I even use weapon height? See, like weapon height I don't think has to be a thing in here. I think I'm just gonna say var weapon height so that it's just there. Special weapon cooldown. So now we can say for that is Melee stats dot special weapon cooldown. Self damage will just be melee stats dot self damage. I sent you an image of my enemy idea. Epic. Let's go take a look at that. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. What's going on? I'll give you a shout out. What's going on? Welcome in. We're currently working on ranged weapon stuff and Starground, so that's what we're doing. Oshik has an enemy design. Let's check it out. AL. Nice. He's got little hands. So does this guy like fly? They didn't want to raid? Oh, no, it's so good. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's epic. So he's just like a little flying robot guy? Yeah. I would like to do like a planet that's just robots or something, because we're probably going to move the ancient automaton out. What am I making? Yeah, so this is my game Starground. It is a... Oh, I shouldn't... I can't... I gotta fix my issues first before I can show it off, unfortunately. Because it will just crash and burn. Oh, I do need weapon height here for the melee. Okay, so weapon height I do need. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's sort of it's a combo of like two genres mainly. It's we have automation resource collection, so you can build a factory and grab resources. Here, honestly, the easiest way is just to show the Steam page, probably. So you build factories and collect resources, and then the other part of the game is combat in the dungeons. So you can head into dungeons and battle enemies. So yeah, I've been working on this for a while, over a year now. It's gone pretty good. It's on Steam right now in early access. This is not my own engine, no. This is Godot. So I've had a really good time with Godot, honestly. Also, we have an ad starting soon. I apologize, everybody. But yeah, Godot I've actually really enjoyed. I've used GameMaker and Unity and a couple other random engines in the past, but GameMaker so far has definitely been my favorite. So... okay, yeah, I also have to say here then, melee stats dot weapon height is equal to 0. And just set that one. It's taking forever to start. I don't know what's up. Oh, there we go. So melee stats dot weapon damage, melee stats dot weapon cooldown, weapon knockback, and then see all this crap we don't need anymore. This weapon data dictionary. I don't even know what that's about. Like, what is this? Weapon data. I don't know where I use... Okay, I guess I call it to update the text, but it seems really weird. I don't really want it here. Why would I pass in the strings of the weapons? I'm just gonna comment all that out. Melee... Oops, I already did melee stats there. Melee stats, melee stats, melee stats. Yeah, this is way better as a dictionary. I don't know why I didn't do that before, because it's kind of stupid to have 50 different variables. And this is technically also moddable, because you could append on new entries to the weapon stats. And this is going to have to change, because this doesn't make any sense. Also, we are back from ads. I'm sorry about that. Get rid of that stuff. So like, what is this? Weapon data. I really don't understand what weapon data is. So weapon data has, but that's all on index 3. So what is index? Okay, so the last one is just saying it's a dictionary. And it has all these. Okay, so it's basically giving me the info on each part and then the info on all of it, which is just kind of stupid. We can calculate this a better way, I think. Let's see. I gotta see it. Final Fantasy 11 is time consuming. Time for other games. I feel that. Right here, weapon height. Oh, I gotta be careful. I'm capitalizing this now. But yeah, like, I don't know why I pass it through like that, because now what I can do in the weapon UI is just grab the info from the player, right? So that's what we're gonna do instead, because it's just better that way. Okay, there's a million things. Stats.weapon, blah, blah, blah. So if melee stats dot self damage, yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of these. See, I set that stuff there anyway, so I don't even know why I have that other one up there and set weapon. Right down, oops, wait. Let's actually go to it. This thing here where it says, if my selected tool is 1, doesn't really make any sense. So we're just gonna do that. I guess what I could say here is, if selected tool is equal to 1, then I can say change tool .rpc and do a forced one. 1 true, I think, to force it. I really should, you know, do this better now. One thing that I do really love about 4.4 is being able to just hover over something and get all this info about it. Way easier. I don't know why that wasn't a thing before, because it is in a lot of other engines. But man, it's really nice. Oh yeah, I also have to pass in his weapon and stuff. Because it will be a weapon, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. Well, anyways, let's keep going through the list. So, current special weapon cooldown will be melee stats, not special weapon cooldown. This one... I think we're getting there. This is... Visible. Where is that? Right here. Okay. So back up to... Why is it still saying that it's like that? Did I do it again? No. Oh, it's just because the game's open. Okay, so in set weapon, when I do this thing, we have to say... See, now what I can do, I can hover over it and it shows me the things. It shows me the parameters of the function, which is so much better. Because before what you had to do is you had to control click it and go look at it, and it's just a whole thing. So this is nice. Okay, so one, we want to force it. New sub index. Actually, we don't want to force it, so I'll say false, I think. Actually, no, we do. We do. What's next in here? Force. So the new sub-index will just be whatever our sub-index is. Weapon. Sub selected weapon, and then it is indeed a weapon. Okay. So hopefully we're all good here. I am going to update whatever we're doing here. So we're calling group weapon UI. And that's going to be inside of the tool bench. And that's in the update text thing. Let's see, where is it? I know it's somewhere. Yeah, so this is what's getting passed in. What is this? Okay, so yeah, we can do this better. I don't know why we do it like this, if I'm being completely honest. All I need to do is just pass in the player, like, weapon data, and then we just calculate it here, right? Instead of doing it stupid. So let's just go ahead and say... Total.clear. Yeah, that's the rich text label. Yeah, then we're just going to pass in the inventory data. Yeah. That's going to be type of a dictionary. And then I'm also going to pass in another thing, which is whether to do ranged or not. Just so that we can do that. And then, just for the time being, I'm going to completely hide all that. Alright, so what we're going to do is, now inside of our player, instead of passing in weird, stupid stuff, we're just going to pass in, what is it? Weapon configuration? Right, that should be it. Yeah, I think that's fine. Anyways, back into here. So now this is just going to pass in the list of all of our weapon parts, which is just a way better way of doing this, if we're being honest. I don't know why I did it the stupid way before. So, if ranged...
You are the next John Romero.
What's up, Robbie? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How's it going? So if it's ranged, we're going to display different stats versus if it's melee. So for this one, we're going to say for eye in range 3, because we're going to be looping through the first 3 parts. Then we're going to get all the stuff. And then here it's going to be for eye in range. We start at 3, we go to invdata.size. And then we go -1. No, not -1, I don't know. Also, this has to be an array. And actually, this has to be +1. And 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we start at 3. Okay. So with those, we can loop through our info. Okay. So for regular melee... How are you? You just said that? That's a sign? Yeah. I don't know where that voice came from. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing good. Finally, my computer is working and I can actually do stuff. So hopefully we can get everything done in time for the 13th. I am going to try and push this as a major update. So we got to hurry up. Okay, so when it's melee, what we're doing is just looping through and we're going to grab, like, the damage and stuff. We're also just going to say if invdata at index I is not equal to null, then we're going to say empty is false. Same thing over here. Okay. And then we can say if empty total out of pentex, yeah, 9 to make a weapon, so we should be good there. Otherwise, if it's not empty, then I actually do this stuff probably. So I'm actually just gonna have another thing here that is var string, just so we can pass that info on. So we're looping through here. There's going to be a couple different stats we're going to need for both of these. So for this one, we're going to say Actually, I'm doing this stupid, aren't I? Alright, let's get rid of that. I'm just gonna pass in not that. We're gonna pass in weapon stats. Because why are we doing this if we already have all the stats calculated, right? That's the thing here. So we're just gonna go ahead and say, yeah, that instead. Yeah, let's just pass in melee stats. I'll just pass in both, and then we'll determine which one needs to be displayed. So melee stats and range stats. And then back into our thing. So we have melee stats, range stats. And then that we will actually determine in here, right? Because what we can do is check which tab we're in on the tab container. So if we're in the ranged one, well, then we want to display the ranged info, right? So var ranged, oops, will be equal to the tab container. Let's just say var range is equal to range.visible. I don't know why that has to be there. Oh, there's 2 part stats. I didn't realize that. That is a little bit odd, isn't it? Are these different scripts too? They totally are. That's a little annoying. I might move this script out of here then and move it up into the tab container, because it seems weird to have it in 2 different spots. But I don't know. Internet set weapon. I don't know. We'll figure that out. So let's move the script. Let's move the script. So, because it doesn't make any sense for there to be 2 of these, right? So let's go ahead and detach the script. Remove it from the group. So it's weapon UI. Remember that. Get rid of here. Detach the script. And I'm just going to attach it to the tab container. Just call this weapon stats controller. And this is going to go from tab container. All right, so we're just going to have the 2 different ones. We're going to have export melee text, export var ranged text. These will both be a rich text label. Then player, so what do we need here? We need to get owner. Yeah, that's fine. Now we're gonna kind of change what we have in here. So now this is where we say if ranged else. So if ranged, we're gonna say ranged text dot clear. And then if it's here, it's gonna be melee text dot clear. Okay. And then I will probably want to loop through. I don't know. I'm gonna have to determine if this is empty or not. I guess I'll just pass that in. We'll just have another thing up here that's like empty. Well, empty by default is true, actually. So let's just do that. Easiest way to do it. And then down and set weapon, that's where we can change that behavior, right? So melee stats dot empty is equal to true. So that's basically just a way for us to like determine whether it's empty. Expect identifier S. Get rid of that. All right, we are getting there. I'm gonna add that one into weapon UI. So whenever there is a part here, I'm gonna go ahead and say melee stats dot empty is false, just so that we know if there is parts or not. We can get rid of these now. Which means we can get rid of these now. Yeah, pretty nice out here. I do very much like shrinking this script because I hate how much it's ballooned. We don't actually set self damage in here, do we? Yeah, to say melee self damage is 0, because otherwise we might get a case where it still has damage from the last weapon. All right, so that's all set up. Back to our tab container script. So now I can just say a thing of like, right here, if range stats dot empty, then do that. Otherwise, it means do the stuff. If melee stats are empty, do that. Otherwise, I'm actually gonna say on that one to make a gun. Well, that's already translated, so it's fine. Weapon is a neutral term. Okay. That should be pretty much it there. Oh, and then these have to be range text, not append. Melee text. All right, and then we have to assign the text for both of those. So on our tab container, we're gonna grab our stats for melee, then our stats for ranged. Boom. Now we can actually, you know, set the text and make it say things. So let's do that. Table. Why do I make it a table? Must be a reason why. Not sure why I do that, but I must do it for some reason. Okay, anyways, we can just grab this. So what is it complaining about now? Okay, so we're gonna not do this. We're gonna say melee stats. Same here, and same here. And that's actually just gonna be weapon height. And this is just gonna be melee text. Okay, so hopefully this will work. At least with the melee stuff, and we'll see what's going on with the weapon, the ranged weapon. So let's try this. Here's hoping. I don't know, it might kill everything, we'll see. There could possibly be areas in the code where I'm checking the player for their damage and stuff. I don't think there is, but if there is, then it'll let us know. Okay. All right, and we're off to a totally great start. Invalid property to weapon cooldown on melee stats. Oh. That's probably what it was. Special weapon cooldown. Weapon height. Did I set that in here properly? Weapon height. And did I call it weapon damage? I think I did. Weapon damage. No, it's just damage. Let's just change these stats then, because it doesn't make any sense. Self damage, knockback, height. Yeah, that's better. So anywhere where I referenced weapon, we're probably going to change. I'm going to say match case. So weapon height, like in here, that's just going to be height. Empty, then self-damage. We're good there. So if it's a special weapon and has cooldown, then say special cooldown. Okay. This one is just going to be damage, cooldown, knockback. Cooldown, damage, knockback. I don't know what weapon delay is, if I'm being completely honest. It's the weapon cooldown divided by 3. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where I use that. I think it's in the animation or something, but... and then this stuff is also different now. Like damage and cooldown. And this one is just melee stats, not height. Alright. So hopefully that'll work now. Just a couple more in here we're gonna have to change. Like weapon height right there. Current weapon delay is fine. Knockback. I think there's another one here, yep. Just gonna make sure all this is good really quick. Yeah, see there's more here. That should just be damage and that should just be cooldown. Oh, my eyes. It'd just be faster for me to use this thing. I'm just looking for any weirdness in here. Also, we have this last weapon data thing set, so we don't even need to set it automatically, because it'll just check what the last one was. So I really should just keep that how it is, instead of setting it again in there. Okay, that one's fixed. Yep, special cooldown right there. We're almost there, guys. Okay, boom. We're done. And then we'll go through the range stats and add on the damage and all that stuff too. Let's try this out. What's this? Why does it look like me? It kind of does, yeah. What even is that? Who is this? I don't know. Dude, it's so sad. Blue Person 2. They haven't posted any memes in a while. I think they've moved on. Oh, it's a Roblox guy? Yeah. Man. I think Blue Person 2 is done. It's too bad. They kept the meme channel alive. Anyways. Oh, Roblox is accepting fate as Tsunami. Nice. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. Frick. Hold on. Maybe I can save it in time. I think I got it. Yes, I did. Ooh. I don't know why that's... Oh, right. Because it's a different index now. Let's fix that. Also, one of my parts is invisible. I don't know if that's actually true or I don't know. Oh yeah, also for ranged we need to... Oh no, it's one script now, so it should be okay. But yeah, this one is not happy. It's because on update preview... I don't even know where update preview gets ran, but I don't think it should be there. And then I have an inventory data thing. What is this? Update preview. I'm just gonna comment that out for a minute. Oh, that's where I do it. Oh, whenever the inventory changed, I just say update preview. But nah, that's a stupid way of doing it. And I don't know if I should really set the weapon on ready. I don't know. We'll do that, I guess, but yeah, I don't need this other part. Any simple multiplayer game idea? Chess. That's my idea. Why is this not happy? Oh, I'm accessing the wrong things now. Damage, cooldown, knockback, height. Nah, chess is not actually that simple, but I guess in terms of the multiplayer aspect, it is. I think really the biggest thing if you want an easy multiplayer game is like something that is kind of like you don't really have to sync very much data, right? So I don't know what is going on here. Clicking OK doesn't work. And these are just not the images, so I don't know what's happening. Very weird. I think it's just because I'm not updating the images. So we have to figure out why that's happening. Because in here, shouldn't it be... Is that what this is? Yeah, no, I do want update preview. I'm stupid. That has to stay. But yeah, like, easy multiplayer game. Honestly, card game is probably pretty easy with multiplayer. I haven't done it before, but I would imagine it would be pretty straightforward. Because the only thing you really have to sync is just whether a person has played a card or not, right? I don't think it would be that bad. Of course, there's going to be, like, you know, you have to make sure people take their turns and stuff, and if there's any network issues, it doesn't just end the game or something. It's, I mean, any multiplayer idea will have little bits like that will be kind of hard. But I think, relatively speaking, it should be pretty straightforward. I definitely wouldn't do, like, a survival game or MMO, obviously, because those are complicated and there's a lot of variables you have to sync. So, don't do that. But just some kind of, like, little mini-game kind of thing, right? Think of... I guess the better way is to, like, give examples of games. Like, a game like Balatro could be pretty easy. I know it doesn't gameplay-wise make sense, but the sense of, like, I don't know, that wouldn't make sense. What about Buckshot Roulette? That's a good example, because it's a really simple concept. It's just, you take turns, and then you send an RPC when you use an item, right? It's pretty easy to do. And the thing is that it's a very small little game. It's not like this big branching thing that gets really complicated. It's just like a little mini game, right? So probably something like that would be best. But I don't know. Let's see. Oh. I need to think here. Also, I don't know if I need to check if it's ranged. I should probably do this all the time. Okay, so this has to update both. So we're just going to grab the two things. We're going to do this. Export var melee preview and ranged preview. And those are both going to be texture 2D. No, texture rect. Okay. Let's see here now. So we gotta get the previews. So that's gonna be the melee preview. We got the gun preview. And then we're just gonna do it here. Just like so. All right, that should fix that then. Yeah, I realize that I actually do have to keep that function. I thought this was for the hotbar, but it is not for the hotbar. So, okay. Hopefully this will work now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think this is working because it's changing the text over here when I'm on range, so I think we're okay. Yeah. I still can't click OK. I don't know what happened with that or why it doesn't work. Let's figure that out though. So button, what is the issue? It's probably because the signal was a different thing. Yeah, so let's just disconnect that. Let's connect pressed up to our tab container. There we go, on button pressed. Same with this one, let's fix that one. Up to our tab container. All right, that should fix it. Now I should be able to click OK. There we go. I should make it so that when I click OK there, it does the index of the thing that I'm on. So let's do that. Because I can change this sub-index. So, where did I change tool? Let's grab that. Also, for player, can I make this a type of player? Yeah, I can. That way I can see the change tool. So new selection, force will be true. Sub-index will be whether range is visible or not. So if it's visible, then that's true, which is index 1. So we're just going to cast that bool as an int. And then also, like, is weapon will be true. All right. Okay, let's see. So when I'm on the range, I click OK. It should, yeah, I equip the weapon instead now, which is good. Cool. We're definitely getting there. I know it still looks stupid and bad and broken, but believe it or not, these are good steps. Because now, in order to add our actual ranged weapon stuff, it's honestly kind of a simple process. All we're going to say is a lot of the same things, right? Damage, and I'm actually going to make that 0 by default because there are cases where a weapon doesn't necessarily do damage. What else do we have here? Cooldown. 0 by default or something, or I'll set it to a minimum. Say 0.1. Oh, excuse me. Why do I have 2 here? I have weapon cooldown and cooldown. I think that's supposed to be special cooldown. We also have like recoil, which by default will be like pretty fast probably. So is that pretty much all the stats? I know there's more, but a lot of them aren't like things necessarily that are like numerical. So we have damage, recoil, cooldown, yeah, crit chance, and range. And then last one is range. Now, I don't know what range is going to be. I guess the distance that the projectiles go. We'll see. So ads are over. My apologies. Okay. So now it's just a matter of just setting these stats, which is pretty easy, because it's just a matter of looping through all the things and doing it. So let's go do that. And set weapon. So I'm just going to say range stats dot damage is back to 0. What else in here? Cooldown. It's back to 0. Range stats dot recoil. It's back to something like really fast. Technically infinity. Yeah, I guess that'll work. Range stats dot... What else do we have in here? Crit chance and range is equal to 0. And then a range stats dot ranged is 0. Or range is, let's say by default, 32 pixels or something. Now, I actually do this in terms of tiles. So when I display it, I'll probably divide it by 16. But this will actually be the number of pixels, I imagine. Well, I guess we'll make this in terms of tiles. We'll say 2 tiles by default. Okay, well, if I'm going to do that, then I might as well go append on a new stat over here. So for the sniper scope, I'm going to say range. I do need to have like a base range on this stuff, right? Because the thing is that this sniper scope is optional. I think this is a sort of thing where it's like an increased range. So like I'll add another tile on or something, but then by default, this one will have, you know, a range of 1. So hopefully that'll add on as an extra thing. We'll see on that. Okay. Back into the player. So range, I guess I'll just set up at 0 by default because it should have... We have to have a barrel, which will always have a range stat. We don't need this weapon data thing anymore. We set all the sprites. This is where we set the hotbar. So we're going to have to do that. That's looping through melee weapons. So now we're going to loop through eye and range from 3 to weapon configuration, inventory data.size +1. Okay, so we're just going to start looping through and grabbing all the stuff. Part will be that. If part, then that means empty is false for range stats. And then I'm just going to grab the item ID for the part, if item data. Then that's where we can get into the actual stuff, right? So if it's a special weapon, then go ahead and do that stuff. Otherwise, do the other stuff. So if it's special weapon, check the cooldown and then add it to the range stats. I don't know if there's going to be special parts for the ranged weapons, if I'm being completely honest, so maybe not. I'll pass on that for a minute. We'll see. Maybe we do that one day, but the thing is that the parts are kind of special in and of themselves, right? So it's like, you don't really need that. And there's not going to be any self-damage, probably. So if it has damage, go ahead and say range stats, damage plus equals item data dot damage. Then yeah, it's just sort of a matter of going through the list. If it has cooldown, range stats dot cooldown. I can probably do this better, honestly. Instead of checking if it has it, I can just say range stats dot damage plus equals. Hey Zen, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. How's it going? Welcome in. And yeah, what I can actually do on this is just say get damage, and by default it'll be 0. So I don't have to say if and then do all that stuff, and it's better this way. Zero. Makes it a little bit better. I can do this a little bit over here too. Knockback. So knockback is... yeah, that's an int. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to make sure on that, but... Schoolworks are never ending. Yeah. I think we are in a midterm time, right? So, yeah. Believe me, I know. It's a lot of work. We don't need that first piece stat thing anymore. Okay, what else in here? We have damage cooldown. Recoil. Can I just... I wish I could see what range stats was, you know what I mean? Damage, cooldown, ranged, crit chance. Range. Crit chance. And we'll have to actually implement the logic for crit chance. Let's see here. Range, crit chance, recoil. Almost forgot about that one. Someone say guns? Yes, sir. We have guns in Starground. I think that's everything. Damage, range, crit chance, recoil. Yeah. So now we should actually have those stats set in the player whenever we create a weapon. Which is good. Down here, this stuff is sort of like clamping to make sure that the values are okay. I don't think we need a clamp quite yet because I don't know what I'm doing with this stuff yet. We'll figure that out. But let's go ahead and try it out again. Oh, man. And then I have to make it so that when you, like, left-click it, you know, uses the right weapon or whatever. Because right now it's just going to do, just the melee weapon, which is not what we want. Give me just a second here, gamers. Yeah, okay. Let's load the autosave again, because I forgot to save again. The classic. Okay. It's not happy. Index 7. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna search for +1 just to make sure I didn't screw that up anywhere. It's gonna be in a lot of shaders and stuff. Let's do whole words. And a refresh. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, because in some of these areas I do +1. Like, why do I do it here, right? Okay, well, this is just a comment, so it doesn't actually matter, but... Actually, this script should go away. Haven't played Starground yet, but I assume the trough isn't being translated? No, it doesn't have a key. I didn't realize that. I will mark that down as something we need to add. Yeah, if you ever see weird stuff or keys not there, let me know. Okay, let's delete this script. It is the VBox container script. Bad script. It's being used? Oh no, it's just saying that. It's like, that's where it is. Yeah, remove it. I'm just making sure I didn't screw that up anywhere. Is baby +1. So I did it here, but we just fixed it, so we're good. Okay. Is it just broken now? Okay, I can... I'm gonna reload the autosave, because I don't know if this actually is, like, okay or not. Alright. Here we go, guys. Also, why is the bottom of the screen cut off? Okay, weird. Okay. Melee weapon. Right? We can swap to our ranged. Okay. So it's not showing any stats in here. I don't know why. It's just empty. So that's a little weird. Oh, it's because I didn't actually, well, add code. That's probably why. Hey, Small Block Boy, what's up? Welcome in. What's going on? Yeah, I'm just working on Starground. We're working on ranged weapon stuff right now. I'm just getting all the infrastructure set up for this. But we're almost there. So this is going to be range stats. This is going to be the cooldown. So range stats, not cooldown. Knockback. Still don't know if like I'm going to have knockback or whatever, but we'll see. Then reach will just be range. Now it's going to be range stats dot range. Let's get rid of this knockback one. What else do we need in here? We have range. We also need recoil. We'll figure out the best way to like order these. Recoil. What else is there? Is that everything? I think so. Just been off working on my games of playing Monster Hunter. Oh yeah. I feel that. What Starground am I working on? Yeah, I am working on guns. So, oh yeah, crit chance. Almost forgot. But yeah, I'll show you what we have going in just a minute. I gotta fix some funny business here. Recoil, and then the last one. Crit chance. Okay. Let's try it out. Let's see. Still not working. Not sure why. Did I forget to save it? Oops. I was appending that onto the melee text. That would be why. There we go. That actually shows the stuff. Now, obviously, recoil's infinity, which is... Actually, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let's go fix that. I'll just say recoil is 0 or something by default then. Yeah, because we want it to be infinite recoil, which is 0. It's weird how it works. Okay. It's not resetting recoil, apparently. So let's go back into set weapon. Recoil 0. All right. So now here's our gun. So we have damage, cooldown, range, recoil, and crit chance. We still need icons for all those and stuff. But you can see, like, we take off the scope, we lose some range and some crit chance. I do want to format this list better. Maybe have like 2 columns or something, because it's kind of stupid. But yeah. Anyways, so what we're working on is ranged weapon stuff, guns basically. We have melee weapon stuff, of course, but I'm also getting it set up so we can swap over to the pistol now and do some range stuff. Now, of course, it's slashing like a sword right now. That's just a temporary remnant. We're gonna fix that. But it's coming along. I'm just kind of working on the tool bench display so you can actually build the weapon, because it's kind of hard to test it unless we actually have it built first, right? So we're probably gonna do like an actual projectile. Different guns will sort of do different things, you know, it just depends, but like I'll just have it shoot a projectile out pretty quick. I don't think I'll necessarily need to do like a hit scan with like a raycast kind of thing unless the game's really lagging, I guess. But it'll be okay, I think. The projectiles aren't going to be like super tiny, so I think it'll be okay. Yeah, we'll figure that out. That's sort of the next part. I kind of hurt my eye. I was like scratching it and then I accidentally like jabbed it a little bit. Okay. I feel like there's like goop. Okay. Also, when I swap to these other... Hey! Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. What is going on? What's up, everybody? Let me give you a shout out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Man, welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What's up? I think I missed one message in here. Are my maps procedural? Yes, they are. Yeah. So I wasn't sleeping and things are happening? Yeah. Man. How are you playing the game? Yeah, so this is a new feature in Godot 4.4. Godot Steam updated super quick, so I was actually able to use 4.4, but yeah, it's out now. You're able to embed the game into the editor, which is actually really nice. I kind of like it because it's just better. I don't know. It's easier to use. I hate having it like pop out and have to like move all my windows around to get to it. It's really nice. Yeah, I've been messing around with 4.4 and so far it's been really, really good. It's definitely faster, way faster, I think. So yeah, that's one thing I'm very happy about. But yeah, they're adding guns to this game. Yeah, that is true. We're working on gun stuff right now. But what were you up to today on your stream? So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How did I do the minimap? So what I do for that is I'm basically just scanning through the list of all the tiles in the map and then drawing a pixel onto an image. So it's pretty straightforward on how it's kind of set up. Once you actually have the procedural terrain generation set up, then it's doing the minimap isn't too complicated. Then the other part of the minimap is checking all the building locations. So I see like, okay, where's this building? And then I draw it as a little square on here. I can increase the size so you can see it. A little square right there. So yeah. Yeah, that's sort of the general idea. Chair. Yeah, the chair cam on the bottom left. That was from a while ago. We want a chair cam, so we put chair. Yeah, let me see. That was one of the main things I wanted when I used it for Game Jam. Yeah. No, I've definitely like wanted that for a while, but it's nice to actually have it in here now. And you can pop it out if you want. I think it's like one of these buttons. Yeah, you can pop it out. So it's nice. Should update your Godot editor. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I actually really do enjoy 4.4 so far. There's a lot of new things. I've honestly really only scratched the surface so far, but it's been good. I've had a good time. So, more white boxing, my tutorial chapter, placing enemies, items to pick up, setting puzzles, fighting bugs. Nice. A whole bunch of things. Yeah, it's always good. But yeah, we were just working on ranged weapons. For the longest time, we've had melee weapons in the game, you know, which are fine, and they, you know, they work. Also, why is my slash effect gone? Okay, we'll have to figure that out. But it's been going good. What I've been kind of working on so far is getting the tool bench sort of working with the weapon parts and, like, you know, establishing the stats and stuff so we can actually start implementing like its effects and how it like works. But yeah, that's working. You can grab parts and move them around and do whatever in here now, right? So it's working pretty well. Still a whole bunch of new gun parts I actually want to add. These are just really basic ones right now, so I can actually mess around with it and, you know, make sure it's working. But it's going good though. How's it checkered? Yeah, so what I actually did for that is, this is actually a separate tile map layer. You could technically just do this as like, you know, draw one tile like that and one tile like that, you know, one a little darker. But I didn't do that just because I don't want to have to redraw a tile for every single decoration I do on the ground, right? Because I would have to draw a million more tiles. So what I do for this is I have this one dark sprite that's semi-transparent, and I just duplicate it all along here. So when you're generating the actual map, it's kind of easy because you can just say, okay, if my X index is even, then place a tile. If it's odd, don't place a tile. So you can just easily create a checker pattern like this. Yeah, I do like the checker pattern in Starground. It was just sort of an accident at first, but it is nice because it lets you see where you're placing things way easier, right? And like how far away things are. Because I can count easily that's 3 tiles away. So kind of nice. Oh yeah, and type dictionaries too. I haven't even messed with that yet, but soon we will do that. New beta build. Yeah, it's busy time. Gotta get something together. Want to have at least remotely cool. Like, yeah, appreciate it. Hope game people can actually play. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, like, having a demo out is a really good thing, because also you can do, like, Steam Next Fest, which is really good. Do Steam Next Fest. Like, definitely do it, because it is an enormous boost to the number of wish lists you have. I mean, Starground went from, like, I gained, like, 10,000 wish lists or something from Next Fest. It's crazy. So definitely, like, focus on, like, vertical slice stuff with the demo, I think, right? Because truth is that people won't have time to play through your entire demo, probably, right? You know, just, of course, we'd like to imagine in our heads that people are going to actually play and experience all of it, but a lot of people will probably just quit in the middle or just not even play it at all. So I think, like, getting straight to the point and show off the coolest, flashiest stuff is probably the best idea. For demo stuff. But yeah, I kind of wish I spent a little bit more time on the demo. I mean, the demo for Starground isn't like terrible or anything. It does get the idea across of what it's about, but I think I could have spent more time on more vertical slicing instead of, you know, going wide with it, if that makes any sense. But yeah. Yeah, playing in the editor, it's a new feature in 4.4. It lets you do a embedded game window into the editor. Very nice. I've actually really enjoyed it. I was conflicted about it because I was like, am I actually gonna like that? Do I actually want it to be, you know, embedded? But then actually, like, trying it and using it, I realized it's actually really awesome when it's embedded. It's way easier. I still have no idea what happens if I, like, run debug and run 2 games. Like, I don't know if it would just create another tab or if the other one would be popped out or if they're both just embedded side by side. I have no idea. So that's still something I'm gonna have to discover. Yeah, there's still a million things in the game in the new editor that I haven't even touched. I mean, looking at the here, let's just get to 4.4. Looking at the list, there's just tons of things. You know, Jolt physics is another thing. I don't think Jolt is for 2D, but I can't wait to mess around with this with 3D because that's gonna be really cool. Yeah, embedded game window, and then also this, so you can do like interactive in-game editing. So this is actually really cool. One thing that you can do now is you can, up here, you can swap to 2D selection. And then I can click on something and it gives me a list of things in that spot, which is super cool. I don't know if you guys remember, but before, if I wanted to like check my player, check a variable in the player, I had to go into the remote view and I had to go through a million things in there, which sucked, right? But now what I can do is I can just click here, click on the player, and we're here. In the inspector, it'll show all the player info. Yeah, very, very nice to be able to do that. But yeah. Also, sorry, I missed this message. Yeah, 100% makes sense. That's how I spent yeah, so like just developing features instead of getting a core loop and embellishing. Yeah. Yeah, it's so easy to fall into that trap with like demo stuff, especially because it's like you want to load it with cool things and make sure people can play it for a long time, but really I think it's just a case of it doesn't have to be very long, you know. If it's just a tiny little part of the game, that's okay. Just make it really polished, because people won't remember how much time they spent, but they're going to remember the experience, right? So it's like, if they remember that it looked really good and it was really polished and they didn't have any issues, that's what they're going to think about when it comes to a demo, right? Not that I spent 5 minutes longer in this demo than this other one, because that doesn't really matter. And that's something I kind of wish I understood more when I was doing the demo for Starground, but it's fine. Now the game's actually out, so... Yeah, you've been able to edit while the game is playing, but it's way easier now because you can just click on the thing you want to edit, right? So I can click on the player and I can set the speed differently or something over on the right. So I can say, what do I want to do? Let's disable the zoom limit or something, right? There's a million variables in the player, so yeah, it takes a while to find what I need, but you can just search. Let's set the maximum speed to 5,000, right? So now I can move quick. So you can see I'm like, it's weird because I'm building up acceleration. I'm definitely faster than I was. But yeah, anyways, it's really cool though. Yeah, and also that's another thing too that I haven't even messed with, but you can set favorite properties. So let's say that we're over here. I want to get rid of this. There we go. You can like click on a property and I think you can favorite it. I think you right click or something. Yeah, you can set favorite property. So let's say that I'm always accessing this transform stuff, like the position. I can say favorite the position one, and now it just shows at the top here in favorites. Very, very nice. I love being able to do that because there's so many times that I'm probably going to be using that. Here, how do I unfavorite? Oh god. Oh, when it's favorited, it like stays in here. Okay, very cool. I like that. It's super. It's a tiny thing, but it's really convenient. But yeah. Anyways, tons of cool new things with 4.4. Definitely get it. You know, if you haven't. There's not really. I mean, there's a couple things that you do have to keep in mind. One change that is actually kind of a big deal, but they didn't really say anything about, is the fact that floats are now printed with a decimal. And so any time that you've had or you've been printing a number in your game, it's going to change how that works now. So if you're printing out a float like 1.0, it's going to print 1.0 instead of just printing 1. So keep that in mind. It is a good change. I mean, I get it, because then now you can easily see if it's a float or int just by looking at it. So that is a good thing. But it is something that took me a while to have to go through and fix. And there's still, I think, some spots in the game that have that happening. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things. There's also new like shader stuff, Uber shaders, which I guess are pre-compiled versions of each shader with older features. So this is actually really nice because I have noticed in the past like some shader stuttering stuff. Supposedly that's been fixed now, which is cool. Really cool though. There's also ACES color grading now, which is good. I'd probably use that if I was doing 3D. 3D physics interpolation. There's just a million things. Yeah, you can go through here forever. There's also temporary, this is interesting, temporary files so you can create like caching stuff without having to just clog up user data, which is nice. There's also UID support now, which is really cool. I haven't really messed with this yet, but it's interesting. 3D object snapping. Yeah, there's just a million things. And this is just the biggest, flashiest things too. Like, there's still a lot of things that are not in this changelog. So I'll have to like discover those ones. Jiggle physics, pretty epic. Runtime wave loading, which is actually kind of cool. It's kind of weird and specific, but it is nice. Yeah, just, yeah, million things. Anyways. Oh yeah, I can make games in VR because, oh god. That would, it's cool that you can do that, I guess, but dude, making a game in VR like that would actually kind of suck. I don't know, man. That seems kind of not good. 4.4 feels like such a big jump. Yeah, honestly. With all the new stuff, honestly, these updates do always feel like a major version, right? Like 5, which is crazy. It's good though. It's great to see like how much Godot is improving, you know? Because so many engines are so like static in that sense, where it's like, yeah, like eventually they get updates and stuff, but Godot is like, man, it's like all the time there's new cool stuff being added, which is really nice. So it makes me glad that I'm kind of full in on Godot stuff, you know? Yeah, I can't even imagine what 5 will have. Like, that's gonna be crazy. I'm excited for 5. But man, I'd also be fine with 4.5 or 4.6, right? So, also we have an ad starting soon. Just as a heads up for everybody, I apologize. I am out of snooze credits, so there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry. I have an idea for a VR game I want to make, but I have to get past this 8-bit stuff first. Oh yeah. Man, VR is hard. I will let you know, because I did some VR stuff. And it's kind of a nightmare. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, ad has started. Let's wait for that now. Okay, so weapon. I gotta figure this out. One thing I need to do is get the offset of the handle, because this is weird right now. Yeah, I should change that. Because it's like the hand is just in the center of it, which doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to keep track of where the handle is, I think, in the weapon, so yeah. Yeah, it's probably the only way I'm gonna be able to do it. So I need to change something in here. Let's go back to mod API. Let's see. Build melee sprite. So on here, I actually want to pass in some more info also. So I am going to pass in an image texture, but I'm actually going to do a dictionary. And then we're going to pass in, what we're going to do down here is var return data is this with sprite, null, and like some other stats. I'm gonna have handle position. It's vector 2 0 0. And then that's what we're gonna pass down here. So we're just gonna say return data, and then I'm gonna say return data dot sprite is equal to that. All right. Ads are over. My apologies, everybody. So that's Sony during development of Morpheus. Not that it helps. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, VR stuff is tricky. I mean, I don't know. I guess if you've done 3D stuff before, like 3D game development, it's probably a bit easier to understand. I think one part of it that was so hard for me was that I never did any 3D, and then I immediately went into doing 3D in VR. So kind of, it was really hard. But I don't know. I think then also I was doing like, it was for like a school research project. So it was kind of specific how I had to do it, I guess, right? So I don't know. I think that was sort of part of the thing. See how that would be a challenge? Yeah, for sure. I don't like 3D. I don't really mind 3D that much. 3D is definitely harder in some aspects. I mean, having to manage a whole new dimension, of course, is going to be difficult because there's a lot more that you have to look out for, right? With 2D, it's kind of like what you see is what you get. But 3D is interesting because it's like you can't account for every possible position and area the player is in, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's harder to like design things in 3D, I think. Because there's just so much more going on. But I don't know, I would like to do 3D stuff though. I think 3D's a cool concept and I would like to mess around with it more, right? It's like I can't do anything. I totally do get that, yeah. I think the thing that would help is just, you know, getting through that initial learning curve of 3D and getting used to it, right? Did learn some interesting stuff during development of Morpheus, like the horror factor is really amped up in VR. Oh yeah, for sure. Movement's still kind of horrible. Yeah. Yeah, movement with VR has always been sort of a troublesome thing. I think once Omni treadmills are actually affordable and stuff, that would be really cool. Actually being able to walk and move is really cool, right? I think that's one of the things like with VR of why it's like still a little, it still feels gimmicky to me because it's kind of missing that there's still a bit of a disconnect, right? Where, yeah, it's cool, you're like in there, but you're not because you still have to move with a joystick or teleport, and like the field of view usually isn't that good, so you're just kind of looking through a little tiny window. I think once those minor like downsides of VR get worked out, I think it's going to be really interesting because then I think it'll really help with the immersion of feeling like you're actually in there, right? If you can walk and stuff too, that would be kind of awesome. I think that would really tie it together for me. Yeah, I'd love that. I know, it would be so cool, wouldn't it? You have a perfect solution to your movement? Oh yeah? Just make the player not move? That's always a possibility. Yeah, it does feel like too many details have to be skipped to make it work. Yeah, right. Yeah, VR is cool. I do think VR in the future will be very interesting, but it's hard though. I just think it needs more time to bake, you know, bake in the oven a little bit longer. I do think the Valve Index was cool with like how they did the controllers with like resistance. I haven't actually used them before, but I think stuff like that is a step in the right direction of trying to like emulate reality more. I mean, that's the whole idea of VR in my head of like, VR is good because it is realistic and emulates it. You are in a virtual reality, right? And so I think anything that helps aid that immersion is probably a very good thing for VR. Right now, I think it works best for situations where you normally be wearing a helmet. Yeah, like I think it works really well in cases where you're like stationary and you like have something on your screen that would be like, yeah, like a helmet, right? So it could work for that, for sure. Idea is to tailor the game to the limits of the tech. Yeah, that's always a good idea. I think that's another thing too, is like, there are games that are, you know, cool in concept, but it's just the technology isn't really there to like pursue that vision yet, right? And X controller's pretty epic, yeah. I do want to get some someday, or just get a new VR headset, but I'm gonna wait longer. I'm thinking like another 5 years, you know, or until some new crazy tech comes out. I think there's still more that needs to be done. Okay, I gotta fix this range, this build gun sprite thing. Because now I have to check if the sprite is valid. So let's do find. Check everywhere where I do that. So like this has to be that dot sprite. This is fine. Range sprite. That's now going to be a dictionary. Sprite info. And then the texture will be range sprite info dot sprite. And it probably does it down here too. Okay, now that's for the melee sprite, so that one's okay. That's sprite. Okay, that's actually in the... Yeah, here we go. This will be that dot sprite. Okay. Returns a dictionary with an image texture of the gun and some other info. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what the next gen of VR looks like, because right now it almost seems like they did a mid-generational spill into XR. Yeah, I totally feel that. I do think the XR, or like the AR stuff, is pretty interesting with the Apple Vision Pro. The Apple Vision Pro is a cool headset, but man, it's too expensive. It's like $3,000. I know that Apple's point is not to make it a available consumer product. Like basically what Apple's doing with their headset is giving it to people to test for the next one that's going to be cheap and affordable. Well, affordable and in the sense of Apple. I mean, Apple's never going to be affordable, but at least not ridiculous, right? But yeah. Best VR games I've played are either arcade games or extremely tailor-made experience like Half-Life Alyx. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Or is it AR? So yeah, I think, okay, so VR is virtual reality, AR is augmented reality, and then XR is basically just both. So XR is just a blanket term of saying, you know, AR or VR. So that's sort of the difference, I'm pretty sure. It's like UX versus UI or something. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure. Ping core crazy for you too, Chip? Are you saying because I didn't put the content ping? Oh wait, did it just send one? What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't... dude, ping cord is weird sometimes. I think it's because I started the stream and then I realized I'm streaming and then sent another thing. Well, I apologize about that. Also, wait, what? Birthday stream. What? That's not what I'm streaming right now, right? Is that the title of the stream? No. Ping cord, just shut up, dude. I'm gonna delete that message. I'm getting it out of here. I don't know what's going on. It's my birthday, guys. It's not. Weird. Yeah, Apple Vision Pro SE, that's what's gonna happen, yeah. I think the picture of the Apple headset is more pixels for less money than the biggest monitor they sell. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, it's the primo experience. If you want to spend the money, then you will get an epic headset, but man, it's just not, it's not practical. You know, it's like a headset or go buy a car or something. It's just too expensive. So, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this working now. So in Mod API, I'm gonna have to fix some stuff here because I need to actually know where the handle will go, right? So that's what this handle position is for. So that guy Bruce, welcome in. Find Apple very affordable, but I only upgrade once a decade. Well, yeah. Apple's affordable if you get used stuff, but yeah. Big wilding right now, I know, right? UI is the terrible interfaces we have to use, and UX is understanding why they're terrible. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those quirky things where they add X onto it, and that just means anything. Or it's like a blanket term thing, or when there's like two things that are kind of the same, and then they just say X so that it's both. Right? Isn't that what it is? I don't know. Makes sense in my brain, but maybe that's not actually what that means. Okay, so we need to figure out where the handle position is, and basically what I'm going to do for that is just get the center position of the handle. So we're looping through here. I'm just going to check if it is the handle. So how does this work? It'll go 0, 1, 2. So index 2 should be the handle. So what I'm going to do is say right in here, if I is equal to 2, then that means it's the handle. And we're going to say return data dot handle position is equal to, let's see, what position are we drawing this at? Excuse me, guys. Got a third. My new Apple, I just hang on to it. I'm on my second iPhone, my first iPad. Oh yeah, 2018. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's hot in here. Alexa, fan on. I got smart plugs, guys. It's crazy. But yeah, I usually try and hold on to Apple stuff for a while. I've had my phone for Did ping cord literally just do it? Dude. That's it. I'm gonna time out ping cord. I'm tired of it. We're gonna time them out for a day. Actually, wait, we don't want to do a day. Yeah, it's like catching up. Let's just time it out for an hour. Dude, stop. But yeah, I've had my current phone for like 5 years now. So yeah. I usually try and like use it until it gets too slow to where I have to upgrade, right? So, and honestly, the 16, nothing new. It's same stuff, different skin. So, I'm gonna kind of wait until it's actually cool and new. Okay, here we go. So if I is to return data dot handle position, so that's gonna be the position that we're drawing it at. So position is last height, center position. So I'm going to say at position plus equals, and we have to get the size of it. So this is where we say parts I dot get height. Well, I should just say vector 2. So the width and the height, and then divided by 2. So hopefully that'll work. Yeah, we'll try that. And then if I set the offset to that, hopefully it should have the hand in the right position. We'll see, though. First iPhone was the original SE. Oh, yeah. Plays with 13 mini. Yeah. Yeah, I started out with a 5. Yeah. Which is ancient now. But yeah, then I went to an XR, and now I'm on a 14. I actually got a 14 Pro Max. It was kind of expensive, but honestly, with like phone provider stuff, they make it so cheap, so it wasn't actually that bad. Because they say, like, if you get it for 2 years, then we will give you 50% off and stuff. It's kind of nice. Well, I'm supposed to... The other that was in there before after slapping these. Let's go. What did Pinkcord do? It keeps pinging things that are not there. Oh my god. Starground. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Dude, do I have another freaking notification? I muted you! I suppressed... Oh, that's a role mention. Suppress the role mentions. What now? What's the new poll? Go away, go away. Is there another one? Okay, no, we're good. Okay, we're fine. But yeah, Pinkcord keeps sending notifications for streams that are done, that happened and are over. I don't know what's going on with Pinkcord. It's freaking out. It's bugging. But yeah, anyways. First one I had was a 6, after I had it for years. Oh yeah, that bricked itself, man. Yeah, I've never really had any phones, like, break. I mean, the worst thing I've ever had is just that it gets slow, and I'm like, this is too slow, and then I get a new phone. So. Wait a minute. I is 1. No, no, no. Oh yeah, there's 4 parts. No, we're okay. Yeah, I guess this will work for the gun. We'll try it. So then when we go back to our player and we go into set or change tool, that's where we can change it, right? I'm just gonna have another variable then in here, which is in our range stats. I'm just gonna say handle offset, right? It'll be a vector 2, 0, 0. So then we can go back down to our change tool. Or actually, it's going to be in set weapon. Because that's where we set the sprite. Because we say this one. Set the sprite. And then I'm going to also go ahead and say that dot offset. Yeah. Is equal to range sprite info dot handle position. We'll see if that looks right. I don't know if it's gonna work, but well, then I guess we don't need to store the info in there then, really, because we're just setting it right there. So yeah, just get rid of that. Okay, let's check this. So it's gonna be stupid until I rebuild it. Okay, it's not happy. Vector 2i. Oh. I hate when that happens. I have to cast it as a vector 2. Wait, does this work? Can I just say vector 2 and then... Holy crap. I don't think that was a thing before, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it was and I was stupid, but I feel like that's new. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so I think we have to do negative on the Y. It's like the X is fine. I can see that the X is lined up on the center of the handle, but yeah. So let's go back into here and we're gonna say negative height. Let's try that. And let's rebuild it. Okay. Didn't really work. I wonder what's happening here. Because what are we doing? We're getting the height. And then we want to set the offset to... I don't know why that doesn't work then. The width is working. The height is definitely not working. I'm gonna print out what it is in here. just to see what it actually is. Because it should just be like, I don't know, we'll figure this out. Let's see. Okay, so it's 5.5, 11.5. So it's setting the offset. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. In our hand, or ranged. So if offset is a whole number, and I can't see it. Yeah, it should go up. But for some reason it's like going down, which doesn't make any sense. It's going like that, right? It's a little weird. It's a little weird, guys. I'm not sure what's up with that. Maybe we just need to restart the game. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm trying to focus on dungeon music right now. Yeah. No, that's hard. Music stuff is really hard because it's like forcing. You know, whenever I've tried to make music in the past and like force myself to do it, it's just a slog, you know? It's really hard to force yourself to create music when you don't have an idea or, you know, it's really hard. I would not wish it on my worst enemy. Because it's one thing to like, I don't know, program or whatever, where it's like, it's just you know what to do and it's like, you just have to get it done. But with music stuff, it's so like, it's just pure creativity stuff, right? So like trying to like, I don't know, force yourself to do it when you don't have any idea on what you want to do is really difficult. Was it hand? Okay, so that's the position of that. So yeah, clearly it's just completely wrong in here. I don't know what's going on. I wish I could keep that open. There we go. So, okay, you can see what I need the offset to be. So we need the offset to actually to be negative. Which should be fine. Like, I don't know why it doesn't work then in Mod API when I set it. Oh, it is set to negative right now. What? Oh, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. We're getting the height and then make it negative. It's because we're adding position. So we don't want to do that. Or no, we do want to do that, but we just want to add the height. And then for this, what we want to say is position.x and then position.y, but negative. I think. Yeah. So boss music is insanely hard? Yeah. That's tricky, because it's got to be, like, you know, intense and dramatic, right? Because it's like a boss track, so... Then there's just more work to pile on, you know? Yeah. It's definitely hard. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are holding it on the handle now. It is a little odd because of where it is. So we're gonna work on it more. But it's getting there. I might have to offset it just a little bit. So if we go back into here, I'm gonna go ahead and say that -2. I don't know if minus or I need to subtract it. I think I need to increase it. But let's just see what this does. Okay, yeah, no, we need to add it. +2. Okay. I used a traditional copyright folk music from a game. Nice. So I'll do the arrangement though, yeah. That's honestly definitely a route, right? Of just grabbing like, I do like that there's a lot of music that has the copyright expired that you can totally use, right? That's always nice. Never used it for games, but just for like editing and stuff, it's nice. Okay, there we go. So this does work. The one issue with it is that your face is completely obscured by the gun. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because if you're holding the melee weapon, then you're also obscured, right? Like this. So I guess it's kind of okay. I don't think it's a huge issue. Maybe I can move the center position of it, like offset to the right more or something, or we'll see. And also, I'm going to decrease the sizes of all these sprites because they're just too big, I think, a little bit. Maybe only a little bit, though. So let's open up the sprites and just shrink them a tiny bit. I don't want to go too small with it, though, because I do kind of like how it's, like, enormous. But this is supposed to be a small weapon because it's like a pistol, right? So I don't want it to be too big. Yeah, the tip is not aiming at the mouse. I will try and change that so it is. So let's just shrink this. I think we bring it to like that size instead. And then let's just do this. And then honestly, if we're doing that, then let's just shrink it even more. That still looks too long. I think like even more shrinkage. And now I don't like how this looks. No. Maybe just one there. Yeah, that'll work. Sure, let's save that. The handle is way too big, I think. So let's resize that. Use snippets of a modern composer for combat. Oh, yeah. It's still in copyright, but it's on a 3-channel PSG, so I think I'll get away with it. Yeah. We have an ad starting again. I do apologize. Wisdom on choosing the tempo. Yeah. Yeah, that's the funny thing with tempo, because it's like... It also just depends on, like... It's weird, because, like, a song with 60 tempo, technically, if you just change the notes, can be the same speed as one with 120 tempo. Right? But, yeah. That's why tempo sometimes is weird, because a song will have like a really low tempo, but it's actually not a slow song. It's weird how tempo works sometimes. Let's see here. How do I want to change the size of this? I guess I'll just start moving. Start moving things around. And then this can be moved. Probably just go to like there. And this needs to be way shrunk. I think that'll be a little bit better. I definitely think it was too big before. So hopefully that'll look okay. Maybe even do that. Yeah, that'll be good. And then I don't really want to make the skull any smaller. I mean, I don't know. I'll wait on changing the size of the skull. Let's go ahead and load it up with the new sprites and just see what it looks like. So yeah. Just depends if you do double time. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Hopefully this looks a little bit better size-wise. Again, I don't want it to be tiny, but I don't want it to be like enormous, because this is supposed to just be a little pistol, right? So I think that's better. It's still, I think the skull is maybe too big. And I know that the melee weapons are huge, but it kind of makes more sense with melee because it's like it has to be. This is supposed to just be like a pistol, so I don't want it to be that big. So this is 12 by 12. We can probably shrink to 10 by 10. Yeah, that'll be okay. How do I want to do this? Do I want to move the eyes sort of like that? Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. That sprite's a little smaller now. I think it'll just look better because, yeah, I don't want these to be enormous, right? And I might also create a couple other parts too then, just to see what it looks like. So yeah. Yeah, I think that looks okay. I do want like a longer barrel or something, just so we can see what it looks like with that. We'll see. You know, it's funny because I've realized doing this that the issues. What if the barrel was on the bottom half instead of the top? Yeah, I think I don't know why it's like positioned there. It should be in the center of the middle part, so I'm gonna try and change that. I think it's just not taking into account the center part, which is weird. Because I have the center position variable in here. Center position. So it's going to say down in here, center position is last height. I think the issue is I have to say...
What do you think about Megan Fox?
What do I think about Megan Fox? I don't really know anything about Megan Fox. I don't know. I have no idea. They're a person, an actress, I believe. I think. I don't know. Fine, I guess. Yeah, actual Fox is the real question. Okay, let's see if this looks better now. Whoa. Okay, well, that's not right. So why is it adding it there? Okay. Am I not dividing it by 2? I am. So why is it stupid? Is it because I'm saying last height? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to name 100 women. I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to name 100 men either. I don't know actors. I mean, I know, like, some people, I know them by, like, looks. Like, I can look at a person and be like, I know who that is, but I don't remember their name, you know? From Meryl Sheep, yeah. I don't know. It's always hard for me to remember people's names and stuff. Because I'm like, I don't know. It's hard. And also because a lot of people are old, and I wasn't around when, like, the movies and stuff, the famous movies came out with them. So my mom's always like, you don't know this actor that was in this movie 50 years ago? And I'm like, no, because I wasn't alive. Yeah. Yeah, that guy, Amelia Earhart, Doja Cat. Oh, man. Making meatloaf right now, and the smell got me impatient. Yummy, yummy. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, this should work. If it's 1, then center position will be... Is it because center position is -1 by default? Why would it be -1? Should just be 0. So center position will be... We're going to get the position of this one. Oh, wait. It'll just be... No, we do need to get position plus height. Is that what I'm thinking of? Is that what we need to do here? Oh. It's not happy. Oops, position.y. I think my generation knows more actors from before our time because we grew up without streaming video. Yeah, I think that's the thing, because, like, man, I could list off a quadrillion YouTubers, you know? Like, it's easy for me to do that with, like, people that I know, right? Or that I've seen and that I, like, kind of grew up with, right? Because I think that's the difference, where it's, like... Because it's the same thing where it's, like, it could happen the other way around. Right? Where it's like, if I asked somebody to list off, like, an older person, list off 100 YouTubers, they'd probably have a really hard time, right? So I think it just depends on, like, what you grew up with. I'm sure it's going to be the same thing when I'm old and ancient, and then all these people are talking about all these, I don't know, whatever kind of tuber is around by then. I'm trying to think of why this is so weird and broken. So I'm getting the center position. I mean, what is center position? No, I'm just saying that's equal to that. Position Y. So I'm getting the Y position of this. Which is going to be at last height. Yeah. So that's just last height, which is fine. And then I'm adding on the part. Is it because I'm adding on the part of that one? I don't think that's what I want to do. No, that is what I want to do. Guys, I'm confused. Because I say if I is 3, then it's going to be maximum width -1, and then center position. Which I will go ahead and do here, because I say, right, position. Okay, that might be the issue. I think I know what's going on here. I'm 50, I could probably name 100 YouTubers, but they'd mostly be car guys. Ah, yeah, that's fair. Also, I have a 10-year-old kid. Oh, yeah. I think it's more common to be like, oh yeah, that's Steve Stranger Things. Yeah, right? Like, I could, yeah, it's easy for me to list off people just knowing their name, like, in a show or movie, right? That's one thing. But, like, actually knowing the actors, I just don't know. yeah. Steve from Stranger Things, yeah. Right, like, that's easy for me to do. I don't know. It's just hard. Some people, like, I feel like know a million actors, and I don't know any. I know, like, 2 guys or something. I don't even know. I have no idea, man. Okay, so I think what's happening here is that I do just need to get center position. So this is what I need to do. So center position is going to be position.y. And then when I draw this, what I need to do is offset it. No, because I do need to know the center position. Okay, yeah, no, I have to do this. So this is going to be plus what I had before. Oh, I've screwed everything up. So that is going to be that. Because it's going to be 0 plus... Yeah, I know Tom Hanks. I know that guy. I know that goober. He's a pretty easy one to remember. Might then? Okay, epic. Let's see. I'm trying to think why this is weird. So this is going to get the position at 0. The reason why this is so complicated right now, guys, is because when you draw textures, the indexing is, like, the positioning is different. So normally... my eyes! Okay. Normally, when you draw, like, an image, like, it'll have the center position, right, in a sprite. But how we're doing it here is that it's... the actual position is in the corner. So that's why it's, like, weird and tricky to draw this properly. I'm not just stupid. I know the names of the actors whose work I like, yeah. Then I'm a writer, so I tend to deep dive in entertainment that I enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think you would know way more names if you're sort of, like, more interested in that space, right? Like if you're writing or wanting to make films or something, I feel like that would be way easier to remember people's names because you actually research them and stuff. But yeah, just as a casual media enjoyer, I don't really tend to remember anybody. You know, Tom Hanks, Jim Carrey, and Jack Black. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Tom Hanks seems like the nicest guy whose work I generally detest. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Why is this like this? So that's gonna get the height. I think the reason what's happening here, I think I know what's going on. So basically what we're getting is, here's the skull. This is the position that we're getting, the center of it. But now what I need to do is offset it, because the barrel will be like this, because it's drawn on the top left. So now I need to offset the vertical height by half of the vertical height of the barrel. So let's try that. They're making a winter train of cheese too, actually? Dude. That's crazy. Also, thank you for the cheese time. Fun to try and guess voice actors when I watch anime. Yeah. That's actually something that I'm pretty good about, is recognizing people's voices. It doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to know their name, but like whenever I hear somebody that I've heard in a show or anywhere else before, I always know, like, I've heard that voice before. So I'm usually pretty good about that. But yeah. It was funny because I was watching Invincible, and then I was like, that guy's Jesse Pinkman. And then I watched the next episode, and I'm like, that guy's Mike Ehrmantraut. So I definitely recognized it, but I don't even know their... But yeah. I thought Jim Carrey was the best thing about the Sonic movie, though. Oh yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that's sort of the highlight, right? I still haven't seen 2 or 3, if I'm being honest. I saw 1, and like it was pretty good. But like, I just never saw 2 or 3. I need to watch 2. I know that it's probably on Netflix or something, so I will do that. Yeah, I just haven't done it yet. I need to. Okay, so this is where we can do this. We're gonna say center position minus parts get height divided by 2. And this will work. I hope. I don't actually know if this is going to work. I'm not sure if Jack Black can save the Minecraft movie. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's too far gone for the Minecraft. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a bruh moment. Also, I had to set this off more, I think. Actually, this is weird, though, because I'm a little confused here. I thought... Yeah, no, that's good there. Oh, it's because the maximum width of that thing. So I'm actually going to have to change that. That's okay. Funny. So for center position, I'm going to have to change that. I'm going to have to say var barrel x is 0. And then that's where over here I can go ahead and say right here, barrel x is equal to parts I dot get width. Well, first off, it's going to be position dot x plus the part width divided by 2.0. And then down here, that's where I say, yeah, max width minus 1 and stuff. Okay, so I think that'll fix that. Let's go see. Okay, no, it still didn't fix it, I don't think. You can see what I'm talking about, how the barrel, there's like a 1 pixel gap. I should have that being set, like, in, but it doesn't seem to be doing what I think. I'll figure it out. Patrick Swayze. I don't even, like, know who... I'm not, you know, I'm sure Patrick... I know I've heard about Patrick Swayze, but I can't recall anything about him, you know? Well, yeah, I know, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff, yeah. I mean, those ones are pretty easy, like, people that are still kind of relevant, but there's just a lot of people that I just don't really remember much about. Sonic 2 is okay. It's on Paramount Plus for sure. Yeah, I think I have Paramount Plus. I don't even remember. The Knuckles series is trash. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think TV shows like that always stem out of a movie release are kind of not usually that good. Like, I think we kind of saw that with, like, some of the new weird SpongeBob ones. I don't know. It's weird. Sonic 3 is a massive disappointment for me. Yeah. Yeah, I've still got to watch 3, and I still got to watch 2 first. But yeah. I'm not really necessarily looking forward to 3, I guess. Because it sounds like it's bad. Or so I've been told. But yeah. One second here, gamers. Hold on, gamers. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay. Fair, hardly knew any of the Academy Award winners. Yeah. I don't even, like, I didn't read anything about that. I have no idea what even happened with that. So, just watch the Plankton movie. It's okay. Yeah, the Plankton movie, like, it's... I don't like the style of it because it looks like a weird, like, not like a children's cartoon in the sense of how SpongeBob looks, but like a modern children's cartoon. Like, it's, I don't know, it's weird. And it's 3D, right? It just doesn't look, I don't know. It looks like that one TV show, the camp one looked or whatever. I don't know. It's probably just fine, right? The thing with movies like that is it's always just like, I know what's going to happen. I don't really need to watch it. You know what I mean? So, hey, let's go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, David Hasselhoff. The only thing I know him from the SpongeBob movie, that's it. Because he was himself in the movie. That's it. That's yeah. That is my complete knowledge of David Hasselhoff. Really like The Penguin. I haven't watched too many show spinoffs, but that one's pretty dang good. Yeah. I haven't watched The Penguin either. That's another thing I need to watch. I've been meaning to do that. I want to watch more movies and shows and stuff that I've, like, want to, but just haven't gotten around to, you know? I don't know. There's a couple off the top of my head that I, like, recently kind of wanted to watch. I've never seen any Kill Bill movies. And I just don't know what it's about. So I do need to watch those. I think there's 2 or something. And I also want to see the original Willy Wonka because I've seen all the others except that one. I've seen the 2000 whatever one and then the new one that came out, but I haven't seen the original. So, oh, maybe I'll try and watch that tonight because I need to. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing is that the original one is the best. So I do want to like see it. Right, so... Oh yeah, the Tarantino thing, we watch all those movies in order? Yeah. That could be interesting. Down to watch Willy Wonka? Let's go. I'm down to do it tonight if you're free to. Because I want to watch it. Yeah. Kill Bill is a really long movie. Oh yeah? What is the runtime? It's not that long, an hour and 51 minutes, but maybe I'm just skewed because everything is 3-4 hours these days. I don't know, that seems pretty reasonable. But I don't know, maybe it's just the pacing, right? Because that's the thing. It's 2 movies that should be the length of 1 movie? Yeah. Okay, I get what you mean, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to watch it and see. Sometimes I do get that, though, where it's like, a movie isn't necessarily that long, but it just progresses so slowly that it does feel really long, and then it really should have been shorter, you know? Chocolate Brown is still Tarantino's best. I watched the Roadshow version of Hateful Eight on the biggest screen in the UK. Oh, that's epic. Yeah. Man, I wish I could, like... get to an IMAX theater reasonably. You know, there's one close to me, but it's kind of far away. It's like a 3-hour drive, and having to go down into the big city with all the traffic, I don't really want to have to do that. I know IMAX does seem pretty awesome. I should just take a bus. What I should do is take a bus, like a shuttle thing, to the airport, and then just go from there. Maybe I should do that. It's bigger than IMAX? Oh, really? That's pretty awesome. Yeah, all I have for reference for movie theater is just a small Cinemark, right? Shrek 5 and IMAX. Oh, man. It's crazy that Shrek 5 is finally happening. I feel like it's been joked about for so long. The Vegas Dome, that'd be insane. That'd be cool. But also, I feel like that would kind of not be cool because it would be curved. And it would be on a dome. So it'd be cool, though. There's only one screen left in the UK that can show Panavision 70 at full scale. Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's gotta be crazy. Shrek 3 and Shrek 4? Yeah, but those were a while ago, weren't they? Shrek 4 is 2010, which, you know, was 15 years ago, so that's a long time. That's more than half my life. Let's see, how old was I when Shrek 4 came out? Shrek 4 came out 2010, so I was 7. Yeah, I don't remember watching Shrek 4. That's another thing that I kind of need to rewatch is Shrek, because I vaguely remember 1, and then that's it. I don't remember 2, 3, or 4, or any of the others. So maybe one of these days. I think when Shrek 5 comes out, you don't talk about Shrek 4. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think... As far as I know, Shrek 1 was, like, pretty good. And then I don't know about any of the others. Well, yeah, Shrek 1's, like, kind of funny and quirky. I remember watching Shrek 1. Did we go compare until after that? Yeah. Watched it in the theater, and even then I knew it was bad. Yeah. Man. If you know a movie or show is bad as a kid, then it must be really bad. You know? Kids are so stupid. I was stupid. I gotta figure out this Barrel X business. Why does this not work? Oh, probably just didn't work because I'm stupid. Because I'm saying max width. I need to say Barrel X. That's probably why. Let me check. No. Oh, okay, something horrific happened here. So why is it stupid? So right here, Barrel X will be position X plus the part width divided by 2, which should be good. Oh, wait, no, not divided by 2. We just need the full part width. Okay. The original Shrek was a great parody of classic Disney. Yeah, after that, it sort of just became what it was supposed to be parodying. Man. Oh, the mighty have fallen. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now the barrel's actually in the proper position. So this is when the barrel's centered. I think I'll probably keep the barrel centered. I mean, I could try on the bottom, but for different barrel sizes, that would become a nightmare to program, so I'm just going to keep it centered. This is the smallest barrel, so it kind of makes sense. You know what? You know what, guys? I'm still conflicted. I'm not going to lie, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I feel almost bad, but to be fair, at the time. So I was angry at Maxwell because guns were supposed to be like this, with handle on the bottom, sight on the top. And to be fair, it's working and it's in the game. But what I didn't anticipate was that I was going to completely change how I actually draw these images. Right? Oh, Miro, I hate you. So it's possible that we could go back to this design with the stock and then the thing like that. Because now with how I am building the sprite, which I did not anticipate before, it's possible to do this and not have any issues. Because literally all I have to do now is just draw the scope, Draw this thing, and now I know where this is, so I can just draw this wherever I want over here, right? It's actually not that hard. Everything fell down, guys. Dang it. That's the, like, second time that's happened. I have a sword. It's the Adventure Time sword. It's, like, mounted up on my wall, like a rack. But it just fell down and took everything with it. It's because I need better tape. Yeah, I should apologize. I don't know. Do you guys think this would be better now that I can actually make this work? What do you think? Because here's the thing. These sprites can now overlap with this new system of how I create the sprites. Because I can have a really long scope like this, and it's okay if the handle like overlaps it, right? Like that. So I don't know. Would it look cooler? And the other thing too is like, would it help the issue we have here where it's blocking the face of the player too much, right? And also another thing is that it would be aligned in the center, so the barrel not pointing towards the mouse wouldn't be an issue because the barrel will just be in the center. I hate to have to undo everything that I just did, but I almost feel like it might be better. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't want to make the change yet, but I don't know. I hate to do it to Maxwell, but I hate the back and forth saying, no, we're not doing that, and then now we're doing it. Because I hate being wrong. Yeah, right? The Max is just gonna be so like I told you so, yeah. It does mean that like pistol type weapons don't really work, but honestly it's okay. We don't need pistols. Use Gorilla Tape, just don't use anything. If you want to move again, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should swap like some Gorilla Tape or something. Because how I have it set up is I have this little 3D printed thing that is... It's funny because I found a mount exactly for the Adventure Time sword, so it's like epic. And then I'm just taping that to the wall. I mean, honestly, dude, I should probably just put a nail through the wall or a screw. Because I'm tired of it. I'll just go get a drywall insert and screw it in, because I can't take it anymore. Okay. Yeah, Max is gonna scream and shout at me. He's gonna be like, I told you that would be better. And then I'm gonna have to feel like a dummy. But I'm still right. God dang it, because I was completely right about my reasoning. Yeah, I just screenshot a little out. With the old system where it was images like this, yes, I was completely correct. You know, where it literally was like this, because then how do you do it? If you have the image here, there's just no way to do it. So I was correct. I was correct. I will die on my hill happy knowing that I was correct in the moment, and now that things have changed, I am still correct. I was always correct. Right? Yeah. It'll be fine. Don't forget to check for cables. Yeah, I don't think there's any wires there. Because the wires, the electrical wires are going to be coming up from the... Let's see, well, where... No, because in the basement, they're going to be in the ceiling, so they'll just come down to where the lights are into the light switch. That's on a wall where there's no, you know, wires or anything. I say copium. I know. But it is the truth, though. I was correct and still am. It just means that he is also correct now. Also, what just happened? I can't open the UI or do anything. Alright, game's broken. Let's restart. Oh well. You know, you win some, you lose some. It'll be okay. Okay, let's go to the No. Tab container. Let's move it over. So this one, we're gonna rearrange these now. Oh, that's in melee. Whoopsies. Over here. So we got 3, 4, 5. So how do we want to change the indexing then of this? Because we'll probably go... I guess what we'll do is start with stock, center, barrel, and then we do the scope on top. It's probably just going to be easier that way. So stock, and this is actually going to be an H box now. So let's add a H box. So we're going stock, center, 3, 4, 5, and then the scope on top, which is just going to be sort of pasted up there. And that's just going to be another H box container. There we go. So how do we want to change sort of the layout of this now? It's fine to have this horizontal. Although I don't know, it's tricky because like this is a very wide UI and it's going to be really hard to read the stats here. So I don't know. Yeah, I always thought it was spelled with an I. Yeah, coin toss E. That's fine, I get it. So how do I want to do this? I guess I'll just force it to be taller. Because what is the size of this one? It's going to be 224. So let's just make the ranged one forcibly 224. Because I definitely don't want the sizes to like change across the two, because that would be bad. And we'll readjust this once we actually have this new configuration set up, and then we'll figure it out. So yeah, that makes sense. 3, 4, 5, and then 6 for the scope. So it should be okay. Yeah, it's stupid. You know. I lost this battle, but it's okay. So let's go back to mod API. Copium's the element of cope? Yeah, uranium. Oh, I have to rebuild everything now. It's okay. Lost the battle, ultimately won the war. I think so. Yeah. I think that is the truth here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm looping through the inventory. Yeah! It's all gone. I'm killing it all. Okay, we're restarting. We're rebuilding. We will build anew. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna loop through. We're gonna check if it's valid. So there's two things we really need to get. We need to get the total height and then the total width. So width actually doesn't really matter. So I'm not gonna worry about that. But we are gonna get total height, I think. Maybe. So all we're gonna do for total height actually is we're just gonna say, well, this is where it gets tricky because not everything will be a valid item. So we have to get the tallest item. So we're just gonna loop through. I'm gonna say, yeah, how are we gonna do this? Well, we have to break it up because what we have to do is loop through the first ones. So I'm gonna say loop through inventory size -1. So that's gonna be the 3 bottom ones. And then I'm gonna say total height plus equals parts. Oh, I have to do this. Oh, I see how I do it. Okay. I'm gonna say total height plus equal parts at index I. Where I get item data right here. item data, push back the image, then I'm gonna say parts plus I. Dot get height. So I'm gonna say if total height is less than that, then we're gonna say total height is now that. Okay. So that's getting the maximum height. And then all we're gonna do at the end is just say, if inv data, you know, at index 6 or whatever. Then I'm just gonna say, right, get this stuff again, push it back, say parts, dot push back this. Inv data at 6. I guess I could just check if it's less than that or whatever. We'll just do that. So I'll say, let's see. I have 3 minutes left of the meatloaf. If you want a slice, I'm down. I'd take a slice. That'd be crazy if my mom was making meatloaf for dinner tonight. Stars would align. I'll just say if I is less than 6. Otherwise, we know it's 6. So this is where we do that stuff. And then all I'm going to say here is just I'm going to append total height plus equals, you know, whatever the thing is. Now, one thing we do have to grab... I just shut up. Return data. Did I drink? Oops. Sorry about that. That was really loud. Water. Pretty good water. Tastes like water. Okay, so here's the one tricky thing about this, though, is that I do have to figure out, like, how am I going to get the vertical height in addition to the scope? Because basically how it's sort of set up is that we have... Thank you for the posture check. Okay. Is that my skin right there? It's funny, my hair is all weird. Because, like, when I wear headphones, since I got a haircut and my hair's short, like, the gamer dent, like, goes down to the scalp. You know what I mean? So it's like parting my hair, and then I have, like, skin, and it looks weird. So, hey, thank you for the follow. Okay, so the tricky part about this new system is we have this, and we have this, and this. So we have to figure out where the scope is gonna go. The hard part is that there's also a possibility that we have a weapon configured like this with 2 parts, and so we still have to have the scope at a valid position, like that. So that's what we sort of have to do. Yeah, so I'm gonna say if inv data at index, let's see, 6, 5, 4, which is the centerpiece. Then otherwise, all I'm going to say is total height plus equals parts at index I, right? Dot get height. And that should work, I think. Headphones are epic. I can use the headphone jack at the same time as the wireless and they don't cut each other off. Let's go. That's pretty cool. So does that mean you could, like... How would that even work then? So you can just, like, plug it into stuff and then it plays that audio and then also the wireless audio? Okay, so if it's that... Oh, that's nice, yeah. It's pretty epic. Yeah, it overlaps. That's cool, because, I mean, you could even set that up there then where you could, like, connect it to your phone or something and, like, play your phone audio at the same time, right? Because that's actually kind of nice. There's sometimes where I do actually want to do that. like play my phone audio and stuff at the same time. Use my SP and still hear my PC. Yeah, that's nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but that's like really nice for audio stuff because you can just do a direct input, so you don't have to worry about latency stuff with your computer, right? And then you can listen to both. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I don't know. One of these days, I'll probably swap out these headphones. I mean, these ones are still okay, but there's a massive bear of using multiple headphones for separate things. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. How's the like comfort on those headphones? You know, because are they over ear or are they on ear? They're over ear. Okay. Yeah, no, those ones are definitely interesting. I remember like when I was getting these headphones, I was conflicted because those ones did look very cool. So I was like, man, I don't know which one to actually get, but I don't know. If these ones eventually break down, maybe I'll give them a shot if you think they're good. But yeah. Thought they'd be on ear because they would just make the ear cups look kind of small, but they're not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that I always like saw with them is that the ear cups do look kind of tiny, but I don't know. The comfy fit, nice. Didn't they also have like an ear cup kit that was like an oval or something? Yeah. I think they did. Let's customize. I thought like, yeah, ear pads. Okay, maybe they don't. Yeah, they don't. Okay, so this one has Bluetooth. Yeah, I don't need no Bluetooth. Yeah, well, how did you configure it? Getting super late here, gonna sleep. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. I use EC sounds, so I just got the bass one. Okay. Balanced sound. What is even the difference here? Detailed sound. Okay. Yeah, so it could be pretty affordable if you get like the basic ones. But you probably would want this one, the ultra low latency. I want to do a payment plan. Ah, yeah. The classic. PU leather. I've actually kind of come around a little bit more to like foam and fabric ear cups. I thought they would be way more gross than they actually are, but it's actually not that big of a deal. I actually kind of like how the sound passes through more with fabric, way more than leather, so. Yeah, you got the ultra low latency ones. Yeah, these ones. Yeah, that would be the way to go. Oh, the one has Bluetooth 5.0 in it? Yeah, so why would you get this one that also has Bluetooth 5.0? I don't know, that's weird. I guess if you wanted to swap out the headband or something, then you would still have Bluetooth, but I don't know. Okay, so they do have on-ear options. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Is this speaker? Yeah. Yeah, these are just like the speakers in here. And then you can throw in a cable. Do I have to get a cable? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad. $244. I mean, I think these ones were around... I think I got them for $250 because they're $50 off on Best Buy. But I don't know. Maybe one of these days, if I actually, like, want to. I mean, one of the things that I have noticed, like, doing a lot of audio stuff for Starground, it is kind of actually nice to have a neutral-sounding pair of headphones. So I can, you know, balance things better. So it wouldn't be a terrible idea. Yeah, this is balanced sound. Yeah, I don't even know which one in here would be best. So yeah, you probably wouldn't need the Bluetooth one then. Because if the headband already has Bluetooth, then why would you get... Right? Why would you get a Bluetooth one? Seems weird. Slim. Rugged. I also do like how basic these are built. Because it means that they probably won't break. I always hate with like these headphones where there's all these little twisty bits and knobs, and it's just like you don't need all that garbage, you know? It's better just to have it simple construction. Bin feels pretty durable. Yeah. I would think so, because I mean this has like a battery in it, right? So if it wasn't durable, that would be kind of a problem. I also do really love how you can just disconnect the ear cups too. I mean, that's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. It is definitely interesting. I'm like, one of these days I will swap to a different pair of headphones, but. And I do like that these seem just kind of simple and lightweight. Like there's no microphone. I don't need a microphone in my headset, so. I think the only thing is your head is kind of big, so it might be a little constricting. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to see. I mean, you can adjust it pretty easily, right? So, I mean, I don't think it'd be too bad. I wish, like, I could just try them on before I actually bought them, you know? But, yeah. I don't know. So what am I thinking here? So I need to get the... This is really hard, because I need to get the center position of the image. Okay, so what I have to do here then is go ahead and say, all right, this stuff again. Oh, that's what's tricky about this, because I need to get the position of the stuff before I actually draw it. Okay. Tricky. I'm going to say var last width 0. Well, I'll just go ahead and say var width, right, 0. So then all I'm going to do with that is just say, right, for I in range, we're going to say parts.push back. And then I'm also going to say width plus equals inv data I dot get width. So now I know the width of it. And then I also need to get the height when it's on 1. So if I is equal to, right, 4, then I know that it's the centerpiece. So I can go ahead and say, center position, or whatever, or scope point. Sure, we'll just say that. There's a vector 2, 0, 0. So if I is 4, that means it's going to be the center part. And so I'm going to set scope point dot x is equal to width plus equals inv data I dot get width. And then scope point dot y is equal to... this is really hard because I need to know the total height, I guess, of all the parts first. So it doesn't really work. Yeah, this is what's so tricky about this. Honestly, what I need to do is just loop it through, add all the parts, and then worry about this stuff, right? That's what I'll do. But I will grab a couple things, like width, right? I'll just say width plus equals... oh yeah, I can just say parts. No, I have to say inv data. Oh, well that's wrong. I'll just say item data dot sprite dot get image dot get width. Sure. Okay, so that's gonna get the total width of everything. And I can't really get the total height, right, until I do another loop. This is why it's so complicated with this system. I mean, it works, but eye and range. So now we're just gonna loop through for eye and for part and parts. Right. Well, I do need an index for eye and range. Parts.size. So now what I need to do is I'm looping through all the parts. I need to say if I is equal to 1, then that's the middle part. I'm also going to set scope point width here. So I'm going to say scope point dot x is equal to... Well, I'll go ahead and say if I is equal to 4, scope point dot x is equal to width plus this thing again. Divided by 2. So I now have the center point of where that is centered around. Yeah, this gets really complicated, right? So now this one I have to say if I is equal to 3, which is the scope. Now I had to determine the height. So over here I got the maximum height, right? I think. Okay, actually we have total height, so I'll go ahead and do that, which is right here. We'll say if I is less than 6. So if total height is less than that height, then add it to the total height. Just get rid of those ones for now. So now in here, this is where we're looping through and getting the height for these things, right? So, so complicated. Because we have to take into account all the different sizes this stuff can be. Like, what if we have a big scope? And what if we have a super long one that's longer than the whole gun? And, you know. Okay. Man. Instead of an int, you should have an enum for weapon parts. Yeah, for the index. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I could swap it out to that in a minute, but I just want to get this working first. Okay, the other thing that I need to take into account, which I haven't yet, is that the scope size can be too big. So here's another part that just complicates everything. Let's just say we have a massive scope, okay? And this is sort of how it works, right? I now need to take this scope size into account when I am getting the maximum width of the sprite, right? This is why this stuff gets really complicated. So I'm gonna have to say in here, like, get the total width, right? So I'll just do it after here. I'm just gonna say, here, I'm just gonna put this down here so it stops screwing me. Let's see here. But here's where it gets so complicated. Well, I guess if it's that large, if the scope, okay, I gotta think about this. So if we have a really long barrel, let's say, we have the center point here, scope, and the barrel is shorter than the scope, so it's like that. Do I have to worry about the positioning of stuff? Because I think I do. You can see how this gets so complicated because there's so many configurations, so many possibilities. So in this case, it will get the center point here properly. But here's the issue, is that it's going to grab... Well, I guess that doesn't really matter because it starts from 0, so that'll be okay. The only one we have to worry about is if the scope is too long on the left. So if the scope is like this, right? regardless of how long the barrel is, because that doesn't really matter. Actually, it does matter. It's so complicated, guys. I guess it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. Okay. No, it does. It does matter. It's so complicated. Because I have to check if half of the width of this is greater than half of the width of this plus the width of the barrel. Does that make sense? Oh boy. So I have to say, if I'd get width divided by 2 is greater than... But then here's also the other thing that sucks. What if these parts aren't in the weapon? What if they aren't there? Then I guess I just don't include them. Yeah. Oh boy. Maybe what I'll do for the parts up in here is say, give it an empty image, right? So if inventory data, push back the image. Otherwise, go ahead and just say parts.pushback an image. Image.create. Create empty. And I'm just going to give it a size of 0. I can do that, right? Is that the right format? I just want format RGBA. RGBA 8. Is that valid? There we go. Man. You can do it, sure. Will it work? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. So basically my reasoning with that is now in here I don't have to worry about if a part is null. So I can just say if the width of the scope is greater than... boy. Is greater than... Okay, first off, parts at I is greater than parts at I dot get width, and this is part set. 0 is the barrel. 1 is the center. So we're gonna say 0 plus parts at 1 dot get width divided by 2. Then that means the scope will become the new size. Oh god. But then how do I... Guys, this is a little too complicated for my blood. Oh, use false. Oh boy. Okay, here's the issue. Is that now I have to change the width, but I also have to take into account the size of the barrel. So if we have something like this and a huge barrel, I have to say, okay, width will be that, but then I also have to get the width of the barrel in addition to the half size of... Am I doing this in a stupid way, or is it actually just this complicated? Why not use absolute values instead of scaling everything? Like, what do you mean? Because basically what I'm building here is a sprite, right? And so the boundaries have to be like this. Like, it has to closely follow the extents of the image. Right? If that makes sense. So I have to take into account all these edge cases. which is really complicated. The vertical stuff is easy because it's basically just saying, okay, get the total height, and then that's the maximum height, and put the scope on top, and then the total height is the scope plus that. That's pretty easy. The only thing with that is just, which I already implemented, is like checking like, okay, where's this? If this is shorter than the scope and barrel, just say like that, for example, then the scope will go like here. Then it'll take that into account with the scope being set down lower. But I think that's all set up, because what I do is I say, as long as it's not that one, I'm going to say set the height to the maximum height. And then in here, that's where I determine the height. So let's actually just do that one first. So I'm just going to say, if parts at index 1, which is the center, then I'm going to say total height plus equals parts at index I dot get height. That's really what I do down here. So if it's here, then what I want to do is I want to get the vertical position of the center one, which is going to be... So it's going to be total height divided by 2.0, which is half of the total height. And I want to say add it to the height of that one, not at parts I. At parts 1, height divided by 2.0 plus parts I dot get height. Why not have fixed sizes for each component and scale the whole thing? I could do that, but I just don't want to, like, you know, skimp out on flexibility with this kind of thing. Because, yeah, I could follow my own rules that I set for sizing or whatever on the parts, but maybe somebody doesn't want to. Maybe somebody wants to make a stupid modded gun that has an enormous scope and then a tiny little, you know, everything else. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Right? Maybe this is a valid gun, and I don't want to prevent people from being able to do that, right? So I just want to make sure this system is dynamic for all different configurations. Oh yeah, I also have to say if... Can I just check if the image is like empty or something? Is empty. Oh, if the image has no data. There we go. So yeah, Dustin, thank you for the follow. Another Godot Dev, yes sir. Also parts, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is a array of images. Oh. Okay, maybe that's not what I want. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. It's because I have to say it's a type of array with images in it. Cannot find... Oh, image. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, now I can check if it's empty. Okay, so if we don't have a center, or if it's not empty, which means that it has a sprite, go ahead and do that stuff. Otherwise, just set it to the total height plus that. Okay, vertical stuff is done. We don't have to worry about the verticality of it now. That's it. We still have to worry about the width stuff, though, because that's a whole thing. Oh, boy. Sounds like something to optimize for when it comes up rather than risking the foot gun. Yeah, I don't know. I think... I know it's like... It's a tricky problem, but I would rather do it now than have to do it eventually later, right? I mean, yeah, sure, maybe it takes me a couple more hours to figure it out, but in the long run, hours are nothing. Hours are meaningless, right? So I don't know. I just want to make sure that with this kind of stuff, it's like... This is kind of a pretty core system, right? Like ranged weapons. I just don't want any limitations with it. Because the other one didn't have any, as far as I know. Actually, probably had the same issue. Okay, but anyways, let's try and figure this out. So, Okay, essentially what I'm checking here is saying, all right. The scope is larger than the barrel and half the width of the centerpiece, right? So if there's no centerpiece, that means it's just 0, so it's just the barrel. So then in that case, I know it's an insane scope. Yeah, I know it's stupid, but I kind of want people to be able to do stupid things that they want, right? I think that's what makes modding fun. And also just leaves me a ton of creativity when it comes to adding in weapon components, right? So that's the other thing. Because I've, you know, working on Starground, I've had this in the past where it's like, I add this system and I'm like, it'll be fine, I'll just do what I wanted, you know, for this specific case. And then eventually I come around to it later and I'm like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. That's happened many, many times. Very recently too. Like with how I do the weapon parts and all that, because I'm like, I'm just gonna have this one melee weapon, I'm never gonna have more than one weapon. Yeah, it turns out that isn't true. So with this, I wanna be, you know, future-proofing a little bit. You know, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but just for this one function, yeah, I would like it to be pretty good. Yeah, pretty average size scope, I'd say. Small even, yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay. So we're getting the width. So essentially, if it's greater than the width of that, then that means that this will now just be, right, total width is going to be the size of the scope, parts I dot get width, right, plus whatever the size of the barrel is, only if it's longer than the size of the scope. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now, actually, we do have to check for both cases, because... Okay. Yeah, there's a whole thing. So we check for this one, and that's good for when the scope is wider than these two. But there's also the case where we have this, where the scope is really long like that, or something. Well, I guess it could be like this. It's always going to be centered around there. And then we have a tiny barrel. So in that case, what I'm having to check is get the barrel size. So I think I need to calculate both of these individually, right? Scope left. So if that's the case, I'm just going to say so scope left is true. And then I'm also going to do the same thing for the barrel. So let's see here. Now what I need to say is if parts at I, which is the scope, dot get width divided by 2 is greater than the size of the part at parts 2 dot get width, then that means scope right is true. So okay, this is basically I think what we need. So now we have these two things. We can now tell in both scenarios whether the scope is like, here's the two scenarios, right? Scenario 1, scope is longer than the barrel. Scenario 2, scope is longer than the stock. Sort of like that, yeah. So then we can essentially say, okay, if that is true and that is true, then the width is just the width of the scope. So if scope left and scope right, then that means width is equal to parts I dot get width, right? So that's the width. This is the size of the scope because it's larger than everything else combined. And then we can kind of break it up into... So if it's not both of them, if it's just scope left, or if it's just scope right, then we do different things. So if it's scope left, then what we're going to say is width is... right, parts I get width. So that's the width of the scope, but then we're also going to add on the barrel size. And that's going to be the width of the part. Part 1 dot get width divided by 2. So essentially what I'm saying here is this part. Plus parts 2 dot get width. Now, we can't just add that on, right? So here's the thing. We have to say... It's actually going to be width of this part divided by 2, which is the scope. Half of the scope width. And then the width of the centerpiece and the barrel. Okay, our final scenario here. Scope is larger than the barrel. So here we're going to say width is equal to parts 0. Or larger than the stock. Part 0 dot get width. Right? Then we're going to say plus the centerpiece, which is parts 1 dot get width divided by 2. And then we're going to add on the scope, parts I dot get width divided by 2.0. Okay, guys. I think maybe that'll work. I don't know. But I think maybe. And we can simplify some of this stuff, so scope left will just be equal to that. Same with scope right. God. Ew, man. The height stuff theoretically should be working. Okay. So then what we're left with, we have the total width that it should be and the total height, right? So I'm gonna get rid of that stuff. We're just gonna move all this into one thing. And I'm just gonna say total width. Well, honestly, width and height. We don't need to say total height. Then width, height, okay. So I'm not even going to try drawing the sprite yet. I kind of just want to load it in and see what it thinks the size should be, and then we'll verify that and make sure that it's actually correct, right? I think. I don't even know. This is getting really complicated. It was kind of simple with the pistol one, because it's... Yeah, but no, this is actually kind of hard. Yeah, totally the sound of confidence for sure. And then it's gonna die. What is this? Get index. Oh. Okay. And then, yeah, it's going to scream that there's no stuff, so let's fix that. So sprite will be null. I should be returning it down here. I say return data. Yeah, I think it's because it was null, so let's, or it crashed or whatever. Just skip through. Okay. Now, our melee weapon should be okay. Which... Okay, yeah, it's fine. So, ranged weapon, though. This is where it gets weird. So yeah, obviously it's just nothing because it doesn't have the... I didn't draw the images yet. So all I'm going to say down here is I just want to print out width and height. Right? That's all I want to do. I just need to know the size of the image. So let's try that. Okay, so this is what it printed, 21.5 and 26. So we're gonna total up the sizes of these images, right? So width of this is 9 plus 10 plus 9. 9 plus 10 plus 9. So it should be 28. Okay, so that's completely wrong. Oh, God. Why was it wrong, actually, though? 9, 10, 9. Yeah, that should be correct. And so what we're doing in here is we're looping through, we're getting the width of the sprite plus get width. And then scope point, that stuff doesn't really matter right now. So what's the deal in here? Trying to think what's wrong here. That seemed okay. Keeping the scale as the size changes. This isn't like a scale thing, by the way, if that's what you think. This is just getting half of the size of the image. So this doesn't matter. It's always going to be in scale. I'm not like physically scaling it. What I'm doing here is like building an image, right? So I'm looping through each sprite and then I'm pasting it on to a bigger image. So that's why I need to know the width and height of it. Because when you draw images in Godot, you have to know the coordinate of where you want to put the image. So like in this case, I need to know the maximum height and width, and then I can go through and add the pieces in like this, right? If that makes sense. And then long barrel. And it'd be like that. So basically by getting the width divided by 2, I'm saying, okay, let's say we have a sprite here. And because everything's centered around 0 with images, right? So I have to say if I want to get the center point, get the total width divided by 2, which is here or whatever, right? In the center. So that's why I do that everywhere. But yeah, this doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure why it's only 21, because that doesn't make any sense. We need to hit 28. That's the... Oh, wait. Wait. It might be because of the parts I have in here. Okay. Yeah, I gotta make sure we're actually using the right parts. So it's only saying 20, so somehow we're missing a massive chunk of scale somewhere. I don't know what's happening. So let's just loop through here. This is gonna loop through all the parts. It's gonna say if it's a valid part. Then say, get the item data, width plus that. This is gonna get image.get width. Easy. So I'm actually gonna print out what the width is after that, just to make sure that that's working. Don't see it printing. Okay, well that's just completely wrong because it says width is 40, which I know is completely incorrect. Or component size based on a ratio to other components? No, so basically that's, I think, part of the reason why this is so complicated. Is because I don't rely on any other sizes of components, right? All I can do with this is I can't say, like, this one is probably twice as big as this one. No, I can't do that. I just have to check what is the size of this and then determine the positioning based off of that, right? So that's why it's sort of stupid. Okay, so obviously this is completely wrong. I'm not sure what's wrong here. We're gonna start at 3 and go to inventory data, that's size. 0, 1, 2, and 3. So if I is less than 6... Oh. That's probably one of the issues. Let's go see what that shows now. Okay, so that correctly shows 28 now. So that is the correct starting width. So this is where we can now figure things out. So this one, we're looping through all the parts. We're going to say if one is empty, which it's not, then height is plus equal parts. Also, let's check the height. So it's saying it should be 26. Let's figure out what that should be. So all we have to do for that, it's a pretty simple calculation. We're just going to grab the maximum height, which is this. The height of this is 10, and the height of our scope is 6. So the height actually should be 16, so that's not even calculating right. But we'll figure that out. Yeah, why is that actually? Doesn't seem to make any sense. We're saying... Okay, so height up here, we're grabbing it. I'm also going to print height over here so that I know what it is before. Because what it should be 10, because that's the maximum height. Yeah, so that's getting it correctly. So what this is saying, it's going to get the width divided by 2, or the height divided by 2. Which is going to be 5. And then it's going to add on the height. Okay, so here's what we're saying. 5 plus... Oh, no, wait. We don't really want to add that height. I think that's our issue here. I just want the difference. Okay, so what I want to say here, I think, is height minus that. Right. So let's check that. It should be 16. Okay, now it says it's 4. That's obviously wrong. What is wrong here? Okay, let's figure out what we're doing here. Maybe I don't say height plus equals. I'm just going to say height is equal to. This one we can say plus equals, but... So if it's not empty, it's going to be height divided by 2, which in this case will be 5. I know this is stupid and complicated. I'm sorry, guys. And then we're getting parts at 1. That's the core part. And that's, we're getting height divided by 2. Yeah, which is half the height. So essentially what we're saying is 5 for the y coordinate plus the half of that, which is plus 5. So yeah, we're getting 10, which is the top point, and then we're essentially just saying add on the height of the scope. Okay, so yeah, it was just because I was saying plus equals, so this should work now. So it should say 16 in here. Yes. Okay, we're chipping away at it. Once we get the correct height, then we can actually, like the correct sizes, then we can start drawing. So we should still be getting 28 on this, which we're not. It's your math. I know it's a mess, but I'll make it better after it works, right? That's the thing here. So hey, what's up? How long does this project take you? I've been working on this since like December of 2023, so it's been a little bit over a year. It's been like a year and 4 months or whatever. But yeah. Classic strat. I mean, hey, if it works, right? I'm never going to modify this code after it works, so it doesn't even matter, really. Okay, height is that. Okay, so height stuff is done. We don't have to worry about height. Now it's just on the width. That's the only thing we have to worry about. So I think what's happening here is we're saying, so parts I to get width. So we're getting the width of the scope. Let's just calculate this stuff so we know what's happening. So the scope is 12 pixels wide. That means we're getting 6. It's gonna show up in dreams haunting me. I know, probably. Is better. Oh yeah, you're over on Twitch now. Yeah, Twitch is a little bit better. Although then you have to deal with the ads, but I guess it's a minor sacrifice. Okay, so we're getting the width of the scope, which is 6 pixels. And we're saying, is 6 pixels greater than the width of the barrel plus half the width of the center? Well, no, it's not. So scope left should be printing false. So let's check that. Yes. Okay, so that's fine. Like, that's correct. It's doing what it should be doing there, which is false. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't know if you can call it civilized, yeah. So scope right. So this is the other side. So hey, thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Cast lot. Yeah. So width divided by 2, that's half the scope size. We're saying if that's greater than parts at 2 width. Actually, yeah, that's where my error is, because I have to say if it's greater than that, plus half the width of the center part. Okay. I think that's what's going on here. And then also this I realize is wrong. LF scope right, because there can also be a case where none of them are true, and then in that case we just don't touch width. And so I think that should fix it. Yes. Those numbers are looking mighty fine, gamers. Okay, I think we're getting the correct sizes now. Obviously, we're going to actually have to test with all those different kinds of weapons and stuff, but I hope that it's okay. Now, here's the next step, finally. We're going to loop through and actually draw the images. So, hey, welcome in. How are you doing? How's it going? It's going good. I am diving into image creation stuff for the weapon. It seems like it's not that hard, but it's actually really complicated. Because what I'm doing in Starground now is I'm essentially calculating or like creating an image on runtime of the gun. So what I'm having to do is figure out what is the size of the image, and now I'm gonna have to figure out where to actually draw the parts onto this image, if that makes any sense. So yeah, a little complicated here, but hopefully we'll get there. So now what I need to do is just loop through. Why do I even loop here? Because the only one I use here is this. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Then parts, that should be just parts 3 because it's the last part. It is a lot of work, yeah, but once I get it working, it's going to be very nice because it'll allow for any kind of weapon, essentially, right? Weapon with a huge scope, tiny little barrel, long barrel, whatever. It's super flexible once it actually works. So we're almost there. It's not too bad. The actual image drawing, honestly, is pretty straightforward. It's just like figuring out where the parts are supposed to go, right? So that's why it can get a little complicated sometimes. So I'm going to go ahead and just go through this. I'm going to say, if not scope left, then that means we're just going to draw the parts like how we're supposed to. I'm also gonna have this. I'm gonna say var bottom height is 0, and that's where I'm actually gonna add it onto here. And then height will be over here. I'm just gonna say here, height is equal to bottom height. Okay. So if scope is not over bigger on the left, then that means we're just gonna draw like normal. So I'm gonna say for I in range 0 to 3, because it won't do 3. Boom, Silly Pine Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea. Cool. Okay, so that's going to loop through the bottom parts, and then what we're going to do is say, go ahead and draw it, right? So var position is going to be... Yeah, about the black NVIDIA screen stuff, yeah. Yeah, that was a stupid bug. I am glad that they fixed it. I don't think it's fixed for the studio drivers yet. I mean, they might have fixed it recently, but yeah, that seems like a... I don't know how NVIDIA could accidentally do that, right? I mean, you're an enormous company. You'd think that they would check the graphics drivers before they release them to make sure it doesn't just cause a black screen. But guess not. Yeah, see, this is PC may boot to black screen when connected via DisplayPort with certain monitors. Probably all the monitors. Small indie game company? Yeah, definitely not. I bet they also fixed it with the studio driver then. Because that's the one I had the issue on. Audio issue. They haven't even fixed it, so do not install the studio driver. It will break your computer. Just a warning to everybody. It's kind of stupid that that's even a thing, but... Oh, man. Alright, so here's the secret sauce right here, the position where we draw this. So, if it's not scope left, then that means we're just going to start it out at 0. Right? So last... I'm just going to say last position X is 0. Then I'm going to say last position X plus equals... parts at I.getWidth. So last position X. And then for the vertical drawing position, it'll be pretty straightforward. It's basically just going to be drawing at the center point of the tallest thing. So what we're going to say here is total height, or just height, minus... or no, we don't want to do minus. We do want to say height. Oh yeah, but we will say minus bottom height divided by 2.0. So that's going to give us the center line of the horizontal line. I'm thinking with my head right now. And then we're going to subtract parts I.getHeight. All right, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And now I can go ahead and say, you know, do all the actual stuff. And then I'm just going to run this here, so, you know, if width is greater than 0 and height is greater than 0, then go ahead and do all this stuff. So image will be that of width and height. There's just going to be an empty image. We're going to fill it with transparency. Right? And then right there is where we're going to say, draw the image. Right here, this split rect. I hope this works. So this is going to pass in. No, don't install the mini studio driver. Hey. Oh, man. Okay, so parts we have, yeah, just the part at the index is just going to be the image. So for rectangle 0, that's just the bounding box. We don't mess with that, and then a position. Okay. So theoretically, what should happen here is that it's going to draw some parts. Okay, it doesn't work, and I know why. It's because I have to say return data dot sprite is equal to image. Okay. What's going on in the debugger? Image must be greater than 0. Let's double check our positioning stuff here. So last position X is just going to be 0. So it's 0. Height is going to be 16. And now we're subtracting it by the bottom height, which is 10, which is 5. So we're saying, let's also make sure this is in parentheses. So we're saying 16 minus 5, which will be at index 11. And then minus the height of the sprite or whatever, which will be like 4. So it should be drawing it at the y coordinate of 7. Which should be okay. But it seems like it's complaining. How do you not? What was optional? I don't remember what I said. I got 1,000 numbers in my head right now of how to draw this correctly. Yeah, why is it saying that it's 0? Oh, this is erroring out. Must be greater than 0 pixels. Oh, the NVIDIA Studio driver? Yeah, so just don't install it. Just don't install it in the NVIDIA app. The Game Ready one's fine, so feel free to install the Game Ready one. So, yeah. Oh, we have another ad. Let's actually snooze it, because we'll be out of here in time. Yeah, you can choose between the two, Game Ready or Studio, up here on the top, so... Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't work then. I mean, I know that we're adding in an empty image, which we're not really supposed to, but... Can't I just make it 0? I mean, is that why it's not working? Or is it just... Because it still prints all the stuff, so I know it's running the code. Right? Is it because I'm trying to draw an image that's 0? Is it because I'm running get width on something that isn't valid? Is it because I'm not converting the images into RGBA? Could be. So what I have to say right here, I have to say parts dot pushback. I have to do like convert. Or parts at I. Okay, we'll do this. Dot. Convert? How do I do it? I have to convert it into RGBA format. I think it's just called convert, right? Yeah. I have to say image dot format RGBA8. The studios for studios. Studio is basically more of a creativity, like think video editing, modeling, kind of like you know, like a game studio versus a gamer, right? Obviously, game drivers are for playing games, studio is for creating things. But, you know, It's kind of the same thing. I don't even know what the difference is between them, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe there's like really specific things or something, but I don't know. Oh. I know what's going on here. So we have to get the image, and then convert it, and then put it in. Okay, it's still just, like, not doing anything, so I don't know why it isn't drawing anything. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I mean, I know that it's, like, running this code, I'm pretty sure. But I'll just make sure by printing a little thing. Yeah, it's saying that it's drawing the components. So something must be wrong here. We're saying return data.sprite will now be equal to the image. What's up, Finn? Set a raid, it's crazy. It's been like 2 hours, I think, since the raid or something. Nah, it's okay. It's better late than never, right? I'm gonna print out the return data also here. Okay, so it does have an image. Oh, is it because I'm not converting it into a... Probably. This is probably my issue. Image texture. You beat your record? Nice. Looking at houses. Oh, yeah. I wish that was something I could actually ever afford. It probably won't be. I think the only way I'd ever get a house is like if I had like 20 roommates or something. Yes. Okay. So it is drawing the image. There's still a little bit of wackiness we got to work out, but it is working. We have a gun. Okay. I think it's working. Yeah, saying 15 years save this deposit. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, man, trying to get a house around where I live is like $600,000. I just can't. I can't do it. You know, $3,000 mortgage per month. It's not reasonable. I'd have to make a bunch of money. Hopefully I have a game that makes me millions so I can afford your average single family home. That's the only way. Yeah. Yeah, it renders. It's working. So yeah, it's still a little bit weird. There's like... These things are drawing on the bottom for some reason. I don't know why, because it should do it in the center. But that's a minor inconvenience. Because we're saying height. So let me make sure I don't get any... Yeah, why is it doing it like that? So height, total height is 16. We're grabbing bottom height divided by 2, and we're getting the height of the part. And then we're drawing that. So I don't know why that's drawing it on the bottom then. It's kind of weird. So that's getting the bottom. It's getting the center line, and that's getting the center of the image. Yeah, I don't really know. I actually have no idea why it doesn't work. Or why it's drawing it in that position, right? Now, we're not drawing the scope yet, but we will do that. Is it because I'm not drawing the scope? But then it should just be down. Also, I realize there's something going on here without our scope. It still says that the height is 10, but it's drawing it in a weird position, so... Yeah, something's wrong here then. Yeah, so height should be... Okay, now it's 10. minus 5. Yeah, so that's wrong. But then with the scope, that's when we need it. Because we're getting the height. We're subtracting it by the bottom height. Divided by 5. So if our height is 10, we're going to subtract it by 5. So that's the center line. And we're going to draw those. And then draw it at parts, get height minus. Yeah, I don't know why that is weird. I'm going to print position. Just to see where these are actually printing out. Okay, that's completely wrong. Somehow those are negative, which doesn't make any sense. And height definitely should be fine. I'm going to print height again, just to make sure. Let's see what happens there. Also, add is over. Sorry, gamers. Okay, height is 10, so that's correct. It could be... I don't know. Could it be the bottom height? Divided by 2.0. That should be okay. Let's see what that says. Yeah, it's 5. And then we'll also grab the height of the other part, which is parts at I.get height. Okay, it's because I had to divide this by 2. Okay. There we go. Take a gander, guys. Look at that beaut. Look at it. Beautiful. And then if we put the scope on, it goes down to the bottom, and then we can add the scope on. Okay. We are almost there, guys. And yours in V2's peak? Yeah, it goes pretty hard, doesn't it? Oh, boy. Why is this so complicated, dude? Well, we're almost there. We pretty much got it on lock. So I think we're okay. Off by 1 errors, divided by 2 errors. I know. It's all over the place. But hey, it's working. And I still have to test all the other variations, but you know, I think that's a good stopping spot because we're at 4 hours and it is working. So I think we're good. I think we should be okay. I mean, once we get this sprite drawing stuff done, then that's it. We just make it shoot, and we're okay. I know it's stupid having to like backtrack on everything that we just did, but back up your work. Yeah, I got a GitHub repo. I can make a push real quick if GitHub would open. There we go. Done. I hate everybody. Nah, I don't hate everybody. I just hate everything. How many changes are with this? Oh my god. Oh yeah, because it changed every single file in the project because we upgraded to 4.4 and it added in all these UIDs. So, yeah. And 4.4. I know that's a terrible commit message, but I don't care because nobody else uses the repository. All right. We're gaming. Change all the UIDs. like, I'm not gonna go through and change them. That's like a thing that the engine generates. One of these days, I don't know if it's worth it to use like UIDs as a file path to things. Maybe it is good. I'll have to look into that. But UID chasm, yeah. Okay, we are updated on GitHub and we're good to go. All right. That's gonna be it. Please don't. Why? Is it bad to use UIDs? Everybody on YouTube debating the UID change. You know, I don't think there's any downside to it because it doesn't change regular file path stuff, but there's better ways. Yeah. Like what? Or having some kind of like ID system where it looks up, like you pass in an ID to retrieve the file path for an item, like something like that. Because I guess that could work. Managed asset database. That's, yeah, okay. If you're a big team on a Godot project, I could see it coming up as an issue. Yeah, I mean, they're all separate files, so I don't think it'd really be a major issue, to be honest. I don't think the UIDs change unless you change the asset, right? So I think it should be okay. But I don't know. I haven't really looked into them or messed around with them enough to even know the different, like what they do. I know that they're just a separate file so that you can move things in the file editor without it breaking, but that's pretty much all I know, so. Dude, suggested collabs with myself? I should totally do that. Anyways. The deal was floated to Godot Core, but the reason they went with UIDs is apparently because they wanted to. UIDs in Unreal are rarely used for anything, and we've had them for years. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's you know, something that it might not be for everybody, but you never know when you might have that weird specific use case, I guess, right? So, I don't think it's a, you know, a downside necessarily, as long as it doesn't rip up old code, which doesn't. Like, you can still just use file paths, so I think it's fine. But yeah. Yeah, let's frickin' raid. Yeah, I discussed it the other day. I see the argument in terms of simplicity for the Godot user base, though. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's fine. I'll look into it more and see, like, really what the pros and cons are about it and stuff, and research it more, because I just don't know anything about them, alright? So, but yeah. I won't make any changes over to it yet. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and start the raid. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam now if you want. It is an early access for $10, localized to your region. Join the Discord if you want. We will be live tomorrow at the same time, around 3 p.m. MST. So feel free to join in on the stream. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm going to start the raid in just a second. And yeah, we're going to go raid JD. He is working on platformer in Godot 2.5D, which is cool. Thank you for stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye, everybody. What? Oh, no, what? Tell me what you mean by oh, no. Hurry. Hurry. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. I thought you were going to, like, say that, like, JD's finishing stream or something, but no, I think we're good. Okay, bye, everybody.